not going to be capitalized on yet with Hayward Riz, but maybe Ivan's going to do it now. But for Darkroll!
On the pass with Kaka with the mercy pick, but stopped by Inspire. Here's Ivan trying to make it over to the next hit in the net.
Will be a chance in from Twister, but he's being sent for a ride by Twinzer, and now the ball across!
Doesn't make it work because Yuva takes the ball back to his teammate. Pingu trying to shoot, but doesn't connect. The double tap from Weiser. Will it connect? It connects, and their first goal for Le Bosch.
I see no reason why they wouldn't take that timeout, but if they do get a goal, there's some momentum going forwards, and maybe this is the one! Kaka over the top. Fire, wave dash, gets the better of one. Gets the triple! Inspire with the mechanics. Let's watch this again.
Welcome to all our viewers on Twitch across the world and on DSTV across all of Africa. Welcome to the very last day of SSA Rlcs for 2025. And it's going to be non-stop bangers, I'm sure, from me, Greybeard, Bromeo, Pyro, and Machtfish. Gentlemen, this is it. One more series. One more championship Sunday.
Let's get it. Let's get it. If you're not amped, if you're not excited for this, what are you doing? Where could you possibly be? We got a potential rivalry match happening in the grand finals. Are we feeling a foot limitless at the end of the day, panel? What do we think? What do we think?
Come on, it has to be. It has to be, right? We can't leave SSA in 2025 without having one last dance between Limitless and Foot. Like, it's written in the script. It's written in the stars. It has to happen.
I don't know. I think there's too many teams here to make a call on it at all. And there've been so many upsets, even just this weekend, that I'm very terrified to make any bold predictions, let alone a Limitless Foot final.
Fair.
And if it came down to things being written in the script, things would have looked really, really different with the script that I wrote. But either way, we're going to play it out. Every kickoff, every goal, we will be bringing it to you. So what does it mean? How have we gotten to where we are right now? Well, of course, we had the playoffs, the top 8 playing off yesterday. For the top 6 spots, we eliminated Genesix and Death Cloud early on. And then Hayward Riz and Foot Esports went to 4-1 and a resurgent Limitless sweeping 77 blocks. And that brings us today. We should be having 5 series, but we have had a forfeit. You will see in the quarterfinals, Hayward Riz and Translate, they have forfeited. So Hayward Riz will go through, and all the other series we'll be bringing you today. Now, SSA, gentlemen, has now been in the RLCS for 4 or 5 seasons. So we have some, I know, right? We have some comparisons to give. So we thought we would start off by taking a few players and seeing how their records have improved since last season, the 24 season to the 2025 season. And I'll get things kicked off. The player I picked, I was interested in, is the gentleman of SSA RLCS, Mr. Skill Steal himself, been around a while and has no intention of leaving. And I was gratified to see how his stats all of his stats pretty much have improved season on season. His goal average, his shot average, his saves, his assists, gone down a little bit on the demos, but you get older, you get a little bit slower. But otherwise, looking pretty good. But I have a question for Bromeo. What on earth is boost per minute? I beg your pardon. There was a huge jump in one. No, I think there's been a stat that got corrected because I saw a huge jump earlier. But what is boost per minute, Bromeo?
So boost per minute is exactly that. The amount of boost that you fire out the back of your car in 60 seconds. So
okay.
I see it's remained pretty constant, but you didn't point out the fact that Skill Steal's saves have almost doubled in a year. That's a massive stat difference.
Well, it's either him getting really, really good at defense or Ravi and Devour putting him under pressure on the goal line. But the old man still got it. So well done to Skill Steal. And I'm very impressed with his level of improvement, incremental in some ways, but overall becoming a better player. So Bromeo, who was your choice?
This wasn't my choice.
That was mine. I'll take it. I can
take it, Macht.
I like to see what Skills he did because he's now playing with two youngsters, right? So he's getting more defensive and letting the youngsters do more. But what I've wanted to see with Sweaty on Limitless is we've seen Sweaty reformed this year, right? We've seen the best version of Sweaty we've ever seen, but it doesn't necessarily show that much in the stats. It's very, very incremental, all about within like 10% where like, okay, yeah, that's the sort of change that can happen. But what I wanted to drive with this is that whilst we focus on stats a lot, stats are on everything. The eye test on what happens on the pitch, still really important. And even though Sweaty is an instrumental player for Limitless, I don't think the stats necessarily reflect that.
And it's one of those things, though, Machtfish, when and it's the issue with stats and points. Everybody talks in game. Everyone says in Rocket League the points don't matter until you're MVP and making double the points of everybody else. And stats, well, they don't tell a whole story unless they do. But there can be no doubt of the impact, the influence, and importance of Sweaty on the Limitless team.
I like what Mox says, especially about Sweaty, which is that, you get the stats there, but they don't tell the whole story. What told the story for me, especially yesterday with Sweaty, was the style points, right? Where's that on the stats? You had the double fake into the goal. You had the cross up in the midfield, switch with the acrobatic flip play, and 4 minutes of overtime. Like, even under the highest amounts of pressure, Sweaty puts in the work. I hope we got time for my player, though. I'm already rattling off, so we might as well keep moving on. Bring me the Aura Boy. Bring me guns. Come on, you had to talk about him. He put out a montage yesterday with the flip resetting Warrior, the musty flick with ease. We saw it yesterday, a musty flick to the top corner just because someone gave him a second of time on the ball. It's automatic for this guy, and we got to talk about it because overall on the stats department, it's been either a minor decrease or a minor increase. There really isn't something to highlight in the stats, if I got to be completely honest. But maybe that's what you're getting. A consistent output from a player who, even changing between different teams, you had the slight change of Shmongolia to 9 lives in 2024 and the 3 different teams making top 8 in 2025. But no matter what, you're getting the guns special. And this is a guy who had a tall ceiling that we all expected from the player, but he filled those shoes this season, in my opinion.
And the stat we kind of touched on live on stream yesterday, which is really impressive, is, we've often made much of Guns roster changing, but to make top 8 3 times with 3 different rosters, I mean, that's got to say something for the impact that he has as a player, and clearly he's up there among the best we have in the region.
I agree. I think that the performances he's put in, especially in this last major. He's played on 3 different teams in the last major. He's played for Cristobal Colon. He has played for I think it was Cosmico, and it was Old Dogs?
No, he didn't make top 8 with them. He got to GSL, yeah.
And obviously this time through with Deathcloud. And just the fact that he's maintained his stats with 3 different rosters just speaks to his quality. And I think this is a brilliant pick, not for just how it's changed, but how it stayed the same.
And then that does bring us to Bromia's pick, who is?
Well, my pick could not be anyone other than To Die For. He is the quintessential SSA man. He tops nearly every stat he attempts, and from goals, you can see he's actually quietened down into more of a supportive role in 2025. And the reason why I picked him is so that you can see that there's been a definite shift in the way Limitless plays. To Die For, from going from the hitman to the support man. He's lowered the amount of goals and shots he's taken, but he has definitely kept up the tempo on the back. What's interesting though, and boost stolen is generally an indicator of how aggressively a team is playing, the fact that his average boost stolen per game has increased despite him being more reserved into a support role. So I find just having a look at these season on seasons, and hats off to the production for making that happen, because it is a lot of digging. But I just love being able to see player progression, and especially over time when you don't see how it impacts day by day. And I think that's just really cool.
In an ideal world, we would have a 2/3 roster rule. And so our next segment we thought would be a bit of fun. Among the desk here, which 2 SSA players would you like to see matched up with which EU player? But kind of out of the current pool of players out there, you couldn't say, okay, we'll take Sweaty and To Die For and Zen. We're kind of keeping it realistic amongst the pool that's there. So my pick is kind of interesting because it's an existing roster. I thought T-Shao, Eagle, and they put Ram there. Who I actually meant was Reshiram, which is the current roster, and I know it's already a 2/3 roster, and it is my hope that they would stay together because there is so much potential in that roster, and I think they can do great things next season. But after I sent that through to production, not an hour later, I saw on Twitter that T-Shao is LFT, so that roster might already be non-existent. And I was kind of hoping they would just stay together and work in the off season and come out swinging in the 2026 season, but probably not to be. But that is the nature of this esport. And then the next pick, I'm not sure who that was.
The next one is me, and it's interesting that you mentioned Tishao. I did things a little bit differently. We went 2/3 rule, but I thought, why not go 2/3 rule with current rosters and 1 SSA? And given the fact that Guns, he's been all over the place, he's probably going to be on, one of these teams sooner or later. And I would love to see him play with a team as expansive as Labosh, paired up with Inspired Days. I think that roster would be absolutely cracked. And Tishao, as you mentioned, he is also now LFT. And I thought, who better than Twister, Twinzer, and Tishao, the triple Ts.
All right, Bromy, a big fan of the 1/3 roster.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It fits into that theme of Tishao as LFT, so you might as well find him a team, and you did. So that's perfect.
Take it literally.
Hey, yeah, I'll never deny that Twister-Twinzer combo as well. Like, it just seems to get better and better, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that in 77 blocks. Greg, you didn't mention much about your Guns to Die For team, but I'm going to mention something about it once we get to that player comparison. Here we go. My teams of choice. I had the same one. I had the same amount of guns tonight for Torres. How about that? So, I don't really expect Limitless to break. If they do, whatever. Okay. But the point is, I do like this couplet of Guns and To Die For. I've seen them in two tournaments together. I think their potential just completely exceeds, and they have so far to go together. And then when you consider Torres, right, going from the previous Shronic over to Foot, you can see that Torres' impact, no matter if he does switch teams, is huge. He's also very versatile. He started out as a defensive player with Foot and has grown so much into their key striker. So I like him as a flexible component to two of the best players with the highest potential in SSA. Now, very quickly on the left side, this is a little bit random, but hear me out. Eliakim and Friction, they may not be like the Devourer, the Ravi, the Tishao, the young guns that are, trying to really work up and be up and coming, but I still think they have the drive and the hunger to be huge players in this region, and I want to see them team together. And why not Inspire? I was inspired, sure, by the words that Inspire said yesterday, just about wanting to be a part of this region, wanting to be a part of the development. There's no better way than to, team up with these guys. So that's what I got from mine.
I like Friction in there.
Yeah, same here. I like Eli being mentioned in there because he's probably still one of the most motivated players. But if we go over to the next one, and you're not gonna believe it, I can't believe we have got 3 people with the same idea. Because guess what?
way!
I got Guns to Die For Thomas as well.
No way.
I mean, if anything, this is a clear sign that we want Guns to Die For
Gotta
the
happen.
team for next
It has to
year.
happen now.
It has to happen, but yeah, no. And everything you just said about that roster, so I won't spend much time on it. Torres, incredibly versatile, very aggressive, but I think also rotationally strong enough to complement this all-around roster with Guns and To Die For. On the other hand, I went for more of a how can you incorporate the next generation sort of move. So I've got Werty because he's probably the best IGL in SSA, and I put him with Ravi, who's very nice on that Hybo team. And then I was like, okay, which import do we want here? And I thought they could use a little bit of flair. They could use a little bit of offensive oomph. So I went Batness, actually. For me, the quintessential offensive player on 77 blocks. And for me, the reason that, I mean, also for today, that if they want to have any hopes offensively surviving, I think Batness is the one player that 77 blocks look for. And I think he's one player where, especially Ravi, can learn a lot from, just mechanically speaking.
Today's schedule. These are rosters that may or may not happen. All I know is we're entering the long winter between the off season. But let's talk about today. This is the schedule. These are the matches we're bringing to you. We're going to start off with Labosh versus 77 blocks. And chat, you can get your say in right here, right now. Start having your say of who you think is going to take this one down. Hashtag LB, hashtag 77B. And so, LeBlocks or 77 Bosch? How are we feeling about that over on your side, Machtfish, as we get their stats comparison?
I mean, I just sort of alluded to it. Batness for me, the offensive lifeline of that roster. Twister, the defensive lifeline of that roster. I think we all can agree that yesterday they didn't necessarily look themselves 77 blocks. Only maybe in game 1, but afterwards they didn't really come to terms and come into their own playstyle. Now against LeBosch, they're going to have to do a little bit better. But I still feel like if they play like yesterday, they're going to be in huge trouble.
Yeah, well, absolutely. That's and LeBosch to me have looked better and better. So, although having said that, 77 blocks up until yesterday looked like they were an ascendant team and looking stronger and stronger. So it was a surprise to see them, and that might just have been a function of Limitless having gotten better yesterday, or over the course of this final regional. So let's start. Well, we might as well stick with you, Macht, for the time being, and let's get a prediction then based on what you've just said.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in the Bratwurst X-Fries combination of Twinzer and Batness. They've been teaming together for more than 5 years now, on and off, for various competitions. We know the duo of Twinzer and Twister as well. I think 77 Blocks still have more to give, and I think they want their match against Foot Esports in the semis. So give me 77 Blocks, but make it like last time. Make it a Game 7.
All right, and Machtfish saw his face, and now he's a believer. Well done.
I always do. Always do.
Pyro. What do you have to say?
Oh, man, this is a very close matchup, and I love it for Championship Sunday because outside of Foot, outside of Hey with Riz, we didn't really know if there were other teams that could compete with Limitless, but Labosh and 77 Blocks have showed us that, yes, there are more teams, so no better comparison here. I am ultimately going to go 77 Blocks, although Labosh have been that stoic figure of we are 5th through 6th and nothing short of that. I don't think they're farther than that either. I think it really is 77 Blocks with the higher highs. And if that defense can stay formidable, though Limitless were able to break through, they will proceed to the semifinals.
And before you give your prediction, as you go into your prediction, Bromeo, how would you rank 77 Blocks, Labosh, and Hey with Riz in terms of our sort of high up there playing out of EU teams?
Oh, if you wanted me to rank them in order, so I would put Hey with Riz first easily. They're the only team other than Limitless to consistently take games off Foot. Second would be Labosh. On paper, they're just better, and I say that with as much respect as possible for 77 Blocks' recent form. They deserved what they got, but for that same reason that Pyro picked Guns to reflect on his year for his consistency, I choose Labosh for their consistency as well. 77 Blocks had a great split last. Not so much this time. I would still back Labosh to take it.
All right, 2 for 77 Blocks, 1 for Labosh so far. And I'm probably leaning the same way as you, Bromeo. And only... And probably if we were doing this prediction last weekend, I might have gone 77 Blocks. But a couple of things. One, seeing what 77 Blocks did yesterday, and then also I do think in my mind, and I haven't watched all of these matches deeply, but I think they're. Labosh have. I think when they first came here and started playing, I think that you have to go through that adjustment period of the ping and the issues related to that. But they have gotten better and better with that as they've gone on, and have probably, in my mind, slightly eclipsed where 77 Blocks are. So I see production got ahead of me there. They were like, okay, he's waffling on a lot. Yeah. We're going to just put the prediction in there. I hadn't settled there, but sure. Yeah, let's go 77. I beg your pardon. 77 Labosh. Okay, so yeah, I'll go with Labosh. And then in the chat vote, that one's actually pretty close. 54% to 46. So for all intents and purposes, pretty much divided there, as we are on the desk. And we didn't go. So Machtfish said 2 Game 7. Pyro, your game result for 77 Blocks.
Ah, it's Championship Sunday. Give me a Game 7, please.
Yes.
Okay,
because it is close. It is close.
Yeah, I got a feeling about this one. It's not going past 6.
Okay, so Labosh, take it on the field of broken dreams, Neo Tokyo. I say it goes 4-2 as well. Labosh, 77 Blocks, our first quarterfinal series of Championship Sunday in the final open of Rlcs 2025.
The first game of the day pits 2 perennial underdogs against each other. Labosh have been stopped 4 times in the last 4 opens at this position, and in the most recent example, they were stopped by their opponents today, as 77 Blocks returned to Championship Sunday after their triumphant 2nd place in Open 5. They meet again in the same position, but will the same result occur? It's time to kick off the final day of the 2025 SSA RLCS season with myself and Ultraism. Let's start with a bang.
Well, this should be a very interesting contest. Chat not sure one way or the other. The desk splits straight down the middle. But we did question whether 77 Blocks was going to look as good after their shaky performance in the GSL on Friday. And then they took a hard loss, 4-0 to Limitless. On the other side, Labosh coming in, looking for their best performance ever. And they're on a bit of a streak after a dominant and merciless victory of 4-0 against Death Cloud Esports. And we're just going to have to stall it out for just a second longer, as there seemed to be a problem on the pitch. Yeah, it's going to be a long day there, Rhino, I believe. And it seems like a lot of our panel think that this has the potential to go the distance.
I'm not surprised that they think that, to be honest with you. I think Labosh and 77 Blocks are two very evenly matched teams right now. I'm very interested to see how they get on. Labosh coming through in a 4-0 sweep yesterday against Death Cloud. That's going to give them huge confidence, huge momentum coming into this game. Of course, you've got 77 Blocks who, well, basically the opposite. They played against Limitless, what we have maybe referred to at times as a weakened Limitless side who don't look quite at the same level that they used to be, and they still got swept 4-0. So 77 Blocks, they need to find something they didn't yesterday. Meanwhile, the Bosch need to keep that train rolling. But there is also the conversation of the monkey on the back of Labosh never getting past top 6.
That's a big part of this. And like when you look at the past stats, you also have to compare the quality of the teams that the two squads were up against. Limitless is renowned for being a dominant force, you know, rivaling out for that second position in the country. Whereas Death Cloud, this was the first time they made a championship weekend, and they made a lot of mistakes. So while Labosh is certainly got the potential to punish mistakes, 77 Blocks, in fact, if you add another one, they are renowned for just putting on a defensive masterclass. So very few mistakes left in the offing. We finally have the game underway. Game number 1 of a potential 7-game series.
Here we go. Underway then. Labosh versus 77 Blocks starts the final day of the 2025 season. It's Risen going over the top and gonna hit the crossbar. Cleared away by 77 Blocks. Early pressure from the Labosh side. Daze tries to cut this one in. Windsor goes over. Chance for Inspire. Finds the pass, and Daze will convert early. It's 1-0.
This is very surprising. 77 Blocks are so good at handling that pressure, but Badness takes half a step up and then actually turns the wrong way as the pass comes in. Not sure if that last redirect was absolutely needed, but Labosh taking no chances for granted here. They're going to put that in, and really nice period of play for our team in blue to start off the day. All instant pressure around the other way. Badness going to make up for that mistake straight away. Equals out the scoreline, and 77 Blocks, they got pushed back, and they come back swinging off the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like Labosh were really pressuring early on, getting that early aggression, getting that first goal, and then all of that work has been undone. 77 Blocks immediately respond. Hang on a moment, there might be an immediate response to the immediate responses. Now cleared away by Twister. Badness going to collect. Twister gonna try and shadow this one. Does push it to the side. But Labosh once again camping in 77 Blocks' half, making it difficult to escape.
Yeah, you watch those boost tallies on the top right-hand corner, and you see that 77 Blocks has had so many of their resources snatched away from them. When they break forward like this, they go forward with intent. It takes 2 players jumping up for this, but just realizing that the pass was so good, they could not afford to let this go wanting. So they dive in together, they team up, and they secure a second goal for themselves.
I love plays like that because there is such a high chance that it goes wrong. It's high risk, high reward. If they miss that shot and Labosh go up the other end, we are calling them out on the desk here for a crazy double commit. But at the end of the day, they see it over the line, they get the job done, and we're looking at 2-1 to 77 Blocks. We're calling it an inspired move, no pun intended. Risen, though, over the top, going to be able to make the save. And Twister needs to get up here. Not able to do so, but the fake through. Daze over the top. There's an opportunity still, but eventually 77 Blocks clear their lines.
It was again a double commit, though, from 77 Blocks on defense, and they're actually lucky to get away with that Labosh did not manage to continually strangle out that noose that they were tightening so well. And 77 Blocks need to tighten that up if they want to really hold this series firmly in their grasp. 1 goal for now is a tenuous lead at best, as we still have 3 minutes left to play. Still, Labosh looking like the more dangerous team on the offense.
Yeah, they are, but 77 Blocks, their counter-attack has been so good, so clinical so far today. There's the clearance coming through from Twinzer. follow through, just wants some boost, just wants some time to consider his options. And now, Twinza turning on that ball, turning towards goal. Twinza finishes into the top left corner. It looks like nothing was on, but Ultraism, Twinza had other ideas.
Twinza played that so well. He was showing aggression the whole time, but that was never his main intent. He went up there to challenge, make his opponents go to the sides, stole their boost in the back, and then stuck around, turned so nicely, and then used that full boost tank to be able to put in a little bit of an aggressive masterclass. But this double tap, Days, from what angle? How high above the net do you want to reach for this?
That is absolutely gorgeous. The double touch off the backboard spikes it down onto the ground. Perfect angle for Days. He's got his second of the game. He's keeping Labosh in this. We've not even played half of this game, and there's already 5 goals on the field. It is an absolute offense fest in front of us. Inspire! Goodness gracious me.
Oh, when I come to think of any team taking on 77 blocks, I don't typically expect it to be a high-scoring affair, but this has just been Labosh carving away their opponents with mechanical skills like a scalpel into these incisions. And they found the back of the net 3 times now, equaling out anything that 77 blocks can do on their counterattack. 77 blocks have at least managed to put some pressure down there. Risen takes a jump forward, gets beaten on the near side, but 50 there going the way of 77 blocks, holding possession for a little bit longer. And again, the blows just seem to be hammered in with almost no regard for personal safety from each of these sides.
Full gas, no brakes style of Rocket League. We love to see it. Ball into the middle. There's a chance at the back corner. Twins are just a couple of pixels away from sending 77 blocks back into the lead. Badness over the top of 2. Spike down will be saved by Inspire, but he's got no boost to work with. Ball off the backboard. Inspire picks up the 100, should be able to deal with it. He's got Twister in front of him. Twister goes by, and now this is Inspire working down the right for Labosh. Off the top rope, and that's going to go over the bar, but more pressure from Labosh.
Yes, there's so many of these challenges are just sending people flying past the ball from both sides, and it just shows the pace that each of these squads is trying to play at. Even Inspire's third man there creeps up, trying to remain involved in the conversation, coming off the roof, but it's created the pressure that his teammates need to pick this up. All given away quite openly towards the 77 blocks players. Hammers and tongs brought to the fore here as both teams kind of focusing on power and trickery more than any sort of finesse towards their approach.
It feels very much like a brute force attack, doesn't it, from both sides? They just want to make the other team feel their presence and kind of tell them to get on the weights, get back into the gym, because we are the stronger team. And there is another example of it, the 50 being won by Labosh, and Days goes through. That's going to fall awkwardly, but Twister able to make back in time. 50 seconds remaining. Twister down the left-hand side. Inspire takes a shot. Badness over to the side, still level for the moment. Inspire won't get past Badness, and Labosh can try and collect the ball again. More of a possession-based play here for Labosh, but it comes to nothing. 77 blocks clear their lines.
Both teams seem to be focusing on that, just controlling the ball, or when they've lost control of it, getting on top of the challenge as quickly as possible, throwing bodies on the line. And 2 people now reinforce the right-hand side for Labosh. It at least slows it down. Inspire picks it up off the roof, but into the waiting arms of Twinza. Soft touch means that it goes straight to the waiting defender, halfway caught between a pass and a shot. And after that initial salvo, the flurry of attacks by both teams, Badness had the opportunity there to close it out in regulation, but we'll take our first game into overtime.
Now, there's going to be some smug panelists seeing overtime in game 1 and thinking they were absolutely right that this game is going to the wire. Ball over the top, Inspire off the backboard. Does get the clearance after that. Demo coming through. Nice work downfield from Labosh, but Twister still has possession. Still finds the ball out of the side. Badness! I think he faked himself there. He almost wanted to go for it, realized there were 2 players in front of him, faked it, but didn't really think of what the plan after that was. Still going to try and find this one out of the corner, but Labosh stay alive.
Labosh stay alive, still under pressure though. It's another pass towards the center, this time from Twinza. And there's constantly being stuck in this corner. Once more, checked out. This one a little bit too far away from the wall for Risen on low boost to try and reach. So he just holds his line. Nice and patient there. 77 blocks again. Looking for angles, looking for pass through. They take another shot, one more towards the center. They don't have an even third man to jump towards this. So again, just going to slow it down, maintain this onslaught. And the demo at the end, still not enough. Next shot comes through. The Bosch have held on for 60 seconds straight under this barrage. And yet cannot find any way out to wrench this possession away from 77 blocks.
Held on is absolutely the right phrase to use. Days works around the left-hand side, and maybe LaBoche can pull together the smash and grab. Oh, maybe they've overextended. Ball playing back from Badners. Risen makes a save, and it's so important that he gets that second touch. Just putting that one on the backboard would have given 77 blocks an opportunity, but instead, he gets that second touch, plays it over into the corner, allows LaBoche to pick up the ball, pick up possession, and move back downfield. Incredibly intelligent from the Englishman.
Yeah, this is a game which will punish any team that gets greedy. You can have as many chances as you want, but when the gig is up, then you have to get out. You have to be ready to make the defensive plays because both sides turning on a dime to put in shots from anywhere. And if you don't have your wits about you, you are going to be punished for it right now. Golden goal, all that's up for the offering here in game number 1 as we head to our 3rd minute of overtime.
Yeah, I think these players might have heard that we've only got 4 games today instead of 5. They want to take up a bit more of our time and still make this stream last just as long. Over almost 2.5 minutes being played. Surely will be unless Twister has other ideas. Ball played back, can't find a bump. Days gets the clearance. It's a 2v2, but Twinzer manages to pick up possession. Risen, pass down. It's not going to be enough. A little bit too heavy out of the corner. Oh, it hits the post. LaBoche inches wide. And now Inspire trying to bring this one through, and the clearance away again. Both of these teams' defenses has stepped up since the first half of this first game, and it's becoming even more difficult to break down each other. Risen once again off the side. Chance for Days, but cleared once more by 77 blocks.
Every one of these shots that's going wide is being snatched at right now as both teams realizing that they're not going to get as many opportunities as they'd like. Their opponents not going to make any unforced errors, and so they need to try and create some sort of Inspire play. 2 plays in the air, Inspire just holding steady on the baseline, ready to make the next clearance out. This one got to pop away. Nice early jump from Risen, sends it down towards the other side. Twister just again holding that reserve, holding that insurance policy in check, and leaving some space for Badness to try and make it a big play forwards. Again, counts it out before the ball becomes too dangerous for either of these teams until that levy breaks.
Yeah, and you just start to wonder where that break is going to come from. Spire drops it down. Risen takes it through. Backboard will be defended by Twister. Didn't have a lot of boost, but made what he did have in the tank work. Now this is Twinzer going over the top. Badner's getting involved. Risen with an opportunity to send it forwards. Twister bringing it back around the side. Inspire cuts that one off at the pass. Gets another challenge. There's a chance here for Days off the backboard. He doesn't really have any support. 77 blocks can send it back the other end. Flicked forwards by Risen. Inspire coming through. Gets the reset. Decides to fake it out. There's another chance off the backboard. 77 blocks look really awkward on the backlines. Awkward or not, they survive.
So often we describe Rocket League as a game of tennis being battered from one side to the other. This looks a little bit more calculated, like volleyball. First player goes up to make the interception, sets it up for a spike down from someone else on the team as we look towards it again right now. Days pushed it towards the side, and again, all 3 members of both squads needed to get involved for both attack and defense. Inspire looking to pick this up, but cut off. Set down on the waves, and that's another goal. It goes towards the side. Desperate defense tries to come out, but the goal finds its way into the back after nearly an entire extra game. After 6 goals in regulation, it's just as slight as a little flicker, the smallest margin that Inspire cannot carve out for his team. The victory for game number 1 to 77 blocks.
If Inspire makes that save, I might have just up and left right there and then, because what on earth was that overtime? Such a long time between these two sides. Eventually, it does get over the line, but MVP from Twinzer. Talk about Inspire. 888 score from 8 shots, 4 saves. He was everywhere on the field. LaBoche are going to feel a little bit hard done by, but I tell you something, if you were wondering whether we would actually get a close game here today in this first matchup, You have just been shown right there in front of you. I would not put this past going 7 games. It's so tight.
Yeah, Rhino, I really hope that this does reflect the rest of the series. There was some chaos and pandemonium, but that's kind of what made both of their teams work and shine so brightly. It was so difficult for their opponents to predict, and I actually almost predicted that Inspire was going to be able to pull that out of the back of the net. By the end of it, the number of saves that we saw that were by fingertips or shots that were just pushed a little bit wide because their opponents were respecting the goalkeepers. It was fantastic. Such a nice start for the series, but so often, I wouldn't expect maybe 1 or 2 of these games for a team to just crack under the pressure a little bit and we end up with a bit of a 3-0, 4-0 scoreline. But other than that, the tempo of the matchup that we've got seems to be promising one hell of a showdown.
It really does. It really does. And I'm fascinated to see how this game goes. 77 blocks take game number 1. But I don't think either team is coming out of game 1 going, oh, we've got these guys' number. Oh, this is absolutely fine. You know, no problems at all. Twins are going over the top. Day's going to get that clearance. Now, Twister coming up on the right-hand side. 77 blocks. They do want to try and push their advantage that they now have found. And that's an opportunity here for Twinser. But Inspire wins that 50 perfectly. Gets his team going back in an offensive manner. Great interplay there from the 77 blocks. They might make it work too. Ball into the middle. No third man to follow through. 77 blocks start very brightly in game 2.
It seemed like that was just a weird bounce that kind of denied 77 blocks the opportunity. As you said, that interplay, that 1-2-3 passing touch was within half a second of each other. So they really had to react and trust each other. They did not manage to get anything out of it. Still, both teams coming in with, it feels like something to prove. Labosh obviously struggling to get past this point, and 77 blocks after their loss yesterday want to ascertain themselves as one of the top 2, maybe top 3 teams in the region. The defensive line coverage there, just sends it up high, and again with what we've seen of 77 blocks, are so good at putting the pressure on early. They've created some space now, but sent wide by Inspire.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? When we talk about 77 blocks, it's not always the offense that we shine a spotlight on. It tends to be the defense. It tends to be their ability to keep teams out. But in this game so far, they have shown a very good look on offense. They have shown a very, very nice way of playing together in an offensive capacity. I like to see that from them because when they start to marry that with their defensive prowess, they're going to be a team to be reckoned with. That pass in from Twins are not going to find badness. He was a little bit too far pushed up. Now off that left-hand side. Oh my goodness, Days gets a challenge, but nothing more than that yet. The clearance in from 77 blocks, and they take a moment to breathe.
I like what you were saying about 77 blocks and their ability to come forward with a little bit. Oh, that's a nice little demo to just secure the line. And a miss on the backboard actually here opens it up. But this is something that 77 blocks has been doing well that's benefited their attack, is they're able to cut off a lot more of these balls at the halfway mark and then turn it into a counter-attack opportunity, as opposed to what we've seen them rely on in the past, being that goalkeeping on the actual baseline itself. So really nice look from them, and they've got a nice bit of space here. Labosh trying their best. That's a good double touch from Days. Create a length down the field, but still not really maintaining possession for too long as Labosh, and they're once more onto defense.
They are, and gonna have to turn this defense into offense, and Prison's trying to do just that. Down the right-hand side, off the backboard. Who's following? Days to shoot, Days to score! Top left corner for the Scotsman. And with just over 2 minutes left to play, it's a lot more like we figured this game would be as far as scoreline. A very tight one. Labosh get in the lead first.
Oh, and that after the majority of the pressure was being placed on them by 77 blocks. It's a good way to sustain great maturity being held out. They didn't try and rush that, but when they had the opportunity, you saw zero hesitation from either of the players getting involved up there. Charge forward, of course, keeping one person back just in case it didn't go their way. They might have to, again, just build from the back line. Twister are going to say no chance for you to stabilize. I'm going to take this off of Badness's attempts in the air, and look how high and so quickly he gets there. The ability to pass it across. Days desperately diving through there. Still 77 blocks. Find their target, and they've equalized game number 2.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear the comms at that moment, because does Twister just come through and yell, "Mine!" Or like, what's the situation there? Because Badness looks like he had control of it. Either way, Twister does manage to steal the ball. As now the clearance is in. Day's going to try and get this one back. That's a lovely touch to get it back to a teammate for Labosh. Ball played forwards, but there's no one ready for it. And Badners now comes down the right-hand side, tries to get the interception. Days up into the air, beats one. He's only got one more to beat, and I say only, it's difficult to do, but he makes it look easy. The bump on the goal line, Labosh up 2-1.
Oh, Twister jumping up there. Great delay by Days, and the awareness once more to remove the goalkeeper. Ball's already got the correct trajectory that they needed for that to go in. You just had to make sure no one deterred it afterwards, and they do it with the plum. 77 blocks, once more forced onto a defensive line with work to do in the last 60 seconds. Twister trying to make something happen right now, and here Badness have linked together so well. Can they do it again? No. The redirect just a little short. Has forced Labosh once more to just hold on their line, but they've looked comfortable doing that up until now.
They have for sure. The clearance comes in though, and 77 blocks going to have to try and build again, pun intended, as Twinzer down the right-hand side, trying to get this one through off the backboard. And there will be an opportunity! It's that man again, Twister, 2 goals for him today. This one he's not stolen from anyone in front of him. It's absolutely his goal off the back of a pass from Twinzer. 77 blocks with still a chance.
You can see both these teams, they've actually pre-jumped the last 2 goals because they respect the pace that their opponents are able to bring on. And each of them able to adapt towards that, change up the tempo and the temperament of their approach. And it means that everyone just goes sailing by harmlessly into these fights. And so it's so difficult to read the plays if you're either of these squads right now. And you just wait to take a little bit more of a soft touch and control the ball a little bit better? Or can you afford to if your opponent's jumping for it in the beginning? It's really just a flip of a coin, it seems. And Labosh, they're coming forwards. No way Days does not manage to turn that back in. He had done all the work, but he's going to make it count this time. Second opportunity. The pass was sublime into the waiting arms, and 77 blocks rattled in the last 10.
Well, they should have had that goal about 4 or 5 seconds earlier than that, shouldn't he? But at the end of the day, as long as you do get it, it doesn't matter how it comes. And so Labosh, 3-2 up now. 77 blocks. They have a matter of seconds to try and rectify the situation. They're not going to be given the opportunity to. The ball is just bouncing right in front of the goal. Labosh eventually take home the victory. And as I said after the first game, the same sentiment can be said about this second. Neither team is going to be especially convinced that they're easily going to take the rest of this series. Labosh take the win, but it was so even once again.
So even. A single goal this time. Again, once more. And when you look at that, Days with some great chance making for his team. 5 shots on his own, just a single one from the rest of his squad. And he was just constantly putting on the pressure, hammering in the finishing blows, and not afraid to try to send himself back into defensive line. But it was this mechanical class just going through time after time with the aerial plays that eventually got them one step ahead. But it really is impossible to call with both these sides having their opportunities. I don't know about you, Rhino. The only thing that was different for me is Labosh seemed to have a couple more that went wide through no fault of 77 blocks. But it was them diving for anything. They just were making more optimistic opportunities for themselves, and it pays off even just once is enough.
Yeah, it can be a numbers game sometimes, right? You take the opportunities that have a higher success rate or a higher chance of going in. And that is something that we did see from Labosh there. They're not taking pot shots. They're not just taking shots that are to disrupt the backline, so to say. They are taking opportunities, taking shots that they know have a chance to go in the net. And that's the most important thing. You can't just be taking shots for taking shots' sake, because you'll get found out that way. They are taking the high percentage chances, and you're absolutely right. We'll see if that continues in game number 3, because you'd imagine 77 blocks have something to say about this one. Oh, and we get crowd cam as well in SSA for the first time this season. Thank you so much, production.
Well, we've got this live on Twitch. We've got this live on DSTV. We got this live from in the stands for you guys here. This series leveled for the first matchup of the day, and at 1 apiece, both teams still very much within the stays. He was a stalwart in the previous game, and he's opened the account as quickly as possible. Risen with an absolutely magnificent pass, wasting no time to get all the power to his waiting teammates. And a 1-2 punch sets 77 blocks staggering.
And they are, and that's my concern now, is 77 blocks. They kind of needed to get that first goal, or at least be able to settle into the game. They just lost the previous game, and now they're 1-0 down in this one. Suddenly that does start to get inside your head a bit of, oh, we haven't scored in a while. The clearance comes through. 77 blocks, well, they are not deterred. Badners over the top of another one. He doesn't have a second man following through, though. Twinzer takes this ball, Inspire over the top. There's an opportunity in the midfield. Demo coming through. Daze just not worrying about the players in front of him. Get out of my way. I want to score a goal. He doesn't this time. If he keeps that kind of play up, sure, it won't be long before he gets his second.
Well, they have noticed from 77 blocks. They're not as... They don't have the same propensity as Labosh to go for the all-in place. Oh, just denied out there. Great attempt by Inspire. But Labosh seemed to be ready to put all the chips on the table. And 77 blocks, they've had a couple of opportunities where the ball's been bouncing open in front of the net, but they haven't wanted to dedicate that third man. And maybe that's something that they will bring out as they get more desperate as the series continues. You know, at the end of the day, you kind of got to risk it to get the biscuit.
Yeah, absolutely. No biscuits for you unless you do take a risk, as this one off the right-hand side, it's cleared away by Inspire. Up from Twister, and it's been an elongated period of 77 blocks pressure now. Ball over the top. Surely there's a second man. There is. Badner's backboard. Has he got another one to follow through? There was, but just mistimed it. Now Twister tries to send this one back downfield. Risen cuts it off at the pass. Twinzer still has an opportunity. Daze is the last man back, and he can't have anything to say about this one. Badner's bottom left, 77 blocks, fight back.
This was always on the cards for Twins, eh? The communication came in there for the moment he had that control in the corner, and such a nice tuck back. And this is where 77 blocks has been finding great success. They won two plays, whether it's Twister coming up from the corner or the extended periods of pressure. It's almost every one of their goals thus far I'd put money on has come from a big assist from one of their teammates, whereas Labosh kind of relying on individual plays. That one, Twinzer somehow squeaks out of the corner and keeps it alive, and we retain our level game in the last second half.
Sure, Inspire coming out of that corner. Knows Badness is in front of him, and he struggled to get past. So now it's down to Risen to clear the ball down long. Not even half of this game number 3 played yet. Still 1-1. These teams fighting, scratching, clawing. Windsor competes with Daze. Off the right-hand side, Badness will be beaten out by Inspire, and now this ball into the middle. Bounces really awkwardly for both teams. Neither of them were expecting that one. Risen takes a shot. Cleared away by Twister. Now on that far side, Daze gets an interception. Demo onto Badners. 3v2 opportunity for Labosh. Badners is back, and he makes the save. As now a counter-attack comes through from 77 blocks, but it is relatively ineffectual.
I mean, at that stage, with blocks having to suffer that demo and all their boost, I think they're going to be happy that they were able to stabilize at least a little bit. Now turn on a little bit of pressure as they regain. This is the only one without boost. He's going to cut across back towards his teammate. Has got that corner, but the shot is there. Maybe 77 blocks a little bit too preoccupied with inventory management. Labosh take full advantage, scattered backline. No one can challenge for the awkward ball towards the center. And what a placement and power to finish.
Placement, power, precision, all words to describe that finish. Labosh retake the lead, and they have less than 2 minutes to hold on to it for, but 77 blocks, they have shown multiple times they do have offense in the locker. They do have the ability to break down this Labosh defense. All played long. Inspire drops it down. It's picked up by Badners into Twinzer. Backboard. Who's there? Twister shoots. Does not score. Badners surely does. And that's his second of the game. He's keeping 77 blocks in it. 2-2.
That's what I like to see sit from 77 blocks. The first assault rarely comes out to benefit, but they've got another person ready to dive in there for any sort of awkward time. Labosh recovers themselves so well on that base when they've been forced into awkward situations. Nice little kickoff strat. Gives the ball to Labosh, but 77 blocks. As much as they've been giving up the lead as often as they have, they've been so good at answering it quickly.
They have. And now Daze out of the corner. Gonna find much. Risen at the angle. The shot's not on target. Daze just give this one to Badness, but he's got no boost to work with. Doesn't matter. Badness just keeps marauding forwards. Now there's an opportunity here for Twinzer over the top. Risen Sends it away. Inspire with that big clearance, and the go-ahead from Daze was not going to be found with a nice block from the 77 blocks. Badness trying to get in front. Risen gets it back over the top, cleared away, and it's very back and forth. It's fourth now, but Inspire not only saves but catches.
77 blocks have been doing. Oh, what a curve through there. There was a defender left standing, it seems, up over the top. Bounces it around Badness, and Twins are creeping up on the near post. Regardless of your rank, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very important to get yourself the positioning if you want time to react towards that. No say in the conversation. Yet again, 77 blocks in the dying seconds of the game give up a lead.
They do. And how many more times can they do that before they fall in the series? Ball over the top. That one's just going to drop in. Labosh extend out to a 2-goal lead. 18 seconds left on the clock. And although both of the other games so far have gone right the way down to the wire, I think this one is pretty much wrapped up with 18 seconds left.
Yeah. And it's strange to say, with 77 blocks, they're so good at putting on that defensive class. Their resistance seems to be crumbling, especially in the last couple of seconds of the game. And maybe that second goal was just a pull the trigger a little bit too early, dive too much into the kickoff strategy, but comes off to their detriment. Game number 2 in a row here for Labosh, and 77 blocks after they came out swinging, forced to rethink their game plan.
Yeah, it will be a rethink that is required, because Labosh have shown that they can adapt and they can overcome. They are able to deal with what 77 blocks are presenting to them, and they found ways through. And you see that stat at the bottom of your screen? That's how they've been doing it. 6 demos on the game. At least half of them were very effective in moving forwards for Labosh. That's exactly what you want. You want to be getting in the face of your opponents, especially when you're against a defensive team. Disrupt them, move them out of the way, get them out of the game. That's the most important thing, and Labosh seems to realize that now.
Yeah, I mean, we did see there from Twinza, it was a great check on the defensive line, and certainly offered a little bit of a safeguarding towards the shot that was coming in afterwards, but that was basically it. Whereas on the other side, Labosh, they were removing people from the pitch for any reason. You could be waiting to take a shot, and suddenly your team is lacking an extra attack. You could be on the rotation back, and suddenly your team is now sitting with 2 players, and then you spawn from a corner, out of position, no boost, no resources, and your opponents are swarming upon you with all 3 players. There's just that 3-4 seconds of a numbers disadvantage that seems to be coming back to the detriment of 77 blocks. And it's such a nice innovation that's coming out here from Labosh. They're doing a great job of working this through multiple strategies, whereas again, 77 blocks, they seem to have the passing game down, but other than that, they're relying a little too much on these last second saves.
Yeah, they are. And that is something that they have been relying on, to be honest. Like, over the course of this series, not just this series, but this season as a whole. Oh my goodness. What a save from Daze. Getting up for that one. Bosch playing with their tails up, playing with confidence. But yeah, 77 blocks. They have often made those last minute saves, but that is confusing to an opposition if you're not expecting it. If you don't think that they are going to be able to make the save, sometimes you overcommit because you think that the ball's not coming back towards your net. Unclear of what happened there, but either way. And you overcommit with more players. So it's a real interesting way of dealing with it from Labosh. They seem to have the number of 77 blocks. Let's see if that continues in this series, because you know the blocks are going to come back with something different.
Yeah, like you say, that's such a good strategy if your opponents are not expecting it. But these 2 teams have met up so many times before. I don't think that 77 blocks is going to be able to goad in their opposition to dive into challenges, to invest a little bit too much. And Labosh just content to hold steady for as long as they need. Arisen doing a great job of rotating around. Actually lets Twister have this one for free, and maybe not wanting to cause consternation as that ball was threatening on their side, and they'd gotten themselves a bit out of commission. Did not want to give it away. 77 blocks are content to hold possession for as long as it takes, and that was a nice little handoff attempt, because the Twins did not manage to get hold of. Again, just these cheeky passes towards the center, but Labosh is reading them before they become troublesome.
Yeah, they are, and They are making it difficult for 77 blocks to get through. Ball on the right-hand side. Twins are going to go by, but this just gives possession back to LaBoche, and they can build another attack. Ball over the top. How many are going to commit? Just the one, but the demo comes through, and that's the play that we've been seeing from LaBoche recently. That aggressive. The demo plays. Risen up the left-hand side. He's got a teammate in the middle if he can find him, but from out of nowhere comes Twinzer to take the ball away from him. 77 blocks. They've now got a chance to build an attack of their own. Inspire gets around one, not around the second. Twins are in the middle. Won't read it. There's a chance for Twister. But actually, Badness takes it away, and that could be causing a problem. The Bosch get that long clearance that they've been wanting.
The Bosch looks like a team that's more happy to play the psychological finesse style game, whereas if you go turn your mind back to game number 1 with the hack and slash mentality, 77 blocks came off the better in that. Yes, it took 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes of overtime to do that, but they certainly seem to have a little bit more comfort there. Right now, they're going for these small plays, and Badness finally manages to make one work. He goes up over the top. He's been able to beat people in the air time and time again. The flip that he gets from the ceiling, just enough to carry him through, and for the first time in I think all 4 games, correct me if I'm wrong, 77 blocks, the first one to open the account.
Oh, you could be right with that. Yeah, the only one I can think of maybe is game 1, but I think you are right, absolutely. As Belgian, we know he can fly. He makes it look good on that one, but the Bosch, they're still 2-1 up. They still know that they have an opportunity. There's a demo coming through from 77 blocks. Days immediately respond with one of his own. But that more bully ball style, that aggressive play coming through from both teams now. Oh my goodness! It's an eradication in the back lines. And 77 blocks have an empty net to aim at. That is outrageous from Twister.
Oh, that is huge, actually. Just has a strafing run along the back line, and we are 77 blocks to play a more physical game, and they are sure to oblige immediately, taking out 2 defenders. That is not something that LaBoche could have ever been prepared for, and it's cost them now a buffer goal on top of that original shot. And so it seems like 77 blocks are coming back, looking for vindication. It was actually a bump on the baseline, trying to open the line. LaBoche taking inspiration from our team in orange, but still not enough to create the opportunity. 90 seconds left on the board, and there's gonna be there's no way that's denied twice.
The Bosch pulling off their best 77 blocks impression as they make a save that just does not look possible. Now 77 blocks continue to move forwards. The Bosch have been pressured so much in this game number 4. Prison goes over the right hand side. Twister it through. Inspire over the top. Now trying to bring this through, and Days onto the right hand corner. A goal here really would start to concern 77 blocks, you would think, but Twister manages to make sure that the ball gets sent long. The Bosch have to build again, and that takes valuable time off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, right now I don't think that 77 blocks is going to be tempted to try and charge too far forward and overcommit into anything. They're happy to play this keep away ball. Just add a couple of nice mechanics together. You see Twinzer not ready to get embroiled in the fray. Just goes back. 2 players up towards us, spotting that open net, and even though the goal doesn't go in, it's extra seconds off the clock. LaBoche's time is running out, final 10 seconds, and you've got to believe that that's not enough to get the 2 goals required. We're at least going to have a 2-goal apiece series, and that game 6, game 7 looming almost. In fact, I think game 6 is now confirmed. It's just game 7 up for grabs.
Yeah, and you would expect that game 7 to be locked in 2 games' time with the way that these 2 teams are playing back and forth, left and right. 77 blocks out the blocks early. But then LaBoche fight back 2-1, sorry. And now, I mean, that is probably the most one-sided game we've seen so far. And looking at those statistics, it wasn't even that far one-sided. It's just the way that the cookie has crumbled this time. Blocks take it 2-0. The series is 2-2. And you wouldn't want to be someone who is going to predict this. I mean, both chat and the desk were absolutely right. This game is going probably the distance.
Well, Rhino, you and I got spared the indignity of having to make a prediction into this game, and I'm quite grateful for it right now because neither of us now can be proved wrong just yet. I'll tell you at the end of game number 7, guys, who I was voting for the whole time. But the one stat... Pardon?
I won't.
Not even when it's secured at that stage. Just,
nah, you're okay.
Don't even bother claiming it. Fair enough, to be honest. The one stat that I did notice if we see the timeout coming from Labosh is they were completely restricted in terms of their shots. They got a single attempt out of that entire game, and it felt like that the whole time. The 77 blocks had got such nice control, and they were able to just dominate both the aerial game, the ground game, the passing game. It was just blue cars flying past, or whether they were intact or in pieces, it was never them really having a say in the conversation.
Yeah, and I think that's why the timeout's been called for Labosh, right? Is because they realized that was the weakest that they've looked so far this series, and they don't want to fall into that trap. Now, it's tough to say, isn't it? Because we will have hindsight by the time this game ends, but I don't know about you, Ol. I personally would have preferred to have used that timeout after the next game one way or the other. Because if you lose this game now, then there are serious questions to be asked, and you don't have that timeout in your back pocket, and you're facing series point. That's very concerning. They must win this game 5.
Well, it really is a difficult call to ask because timeouts can be used to just break your opponent's momentum, and maybe that's the psychology right now. Take 77 blocks off when they looked so comfortable. Maybe for Labosh, it's just going, we don't want to wait until it's do or die time. Let's just analyze the only game that felt uncomfortable, figure out what the change was, and try come back into this while we still have a game in hand. So they've used their timeout, like you say. We'll see in retrospect whether that was the right call or whether it will even make a difference. And they're looking to come back into this. Certainly with a goal like that to start off, this was time well spent and everyone drawn in together at the end. Again, Inspire with such an awkward touch, threatening that the whole way through there, making sure that there was no early jump from the 77 blocks defender.
Yeah, it might have been the right call. I was trying to spin a tale of what could potentially happen if the Bosch don't win this game, but they've immediately got the monkey off their back. They didn't score in game number 4, and all of a sudden they've got that goal, and that is something that can really settle the nerves. They've been able to break down the 77 blocks defense. Now there's a ball over the top, cleared away. Actually, Badness has gone forwards. He gets the redirect, but someone is back to make the save. That is Daze, and Risen will finish the clearance. Back in again from Twister, trying to get in front of his player. Risen's up on the backboard, chance and scores! Labosh double their lead.
Man, some long distance vision, pulls out the telescope and lines it up. Risen does well to check his momentum in the initial jump and redirects it. That's a cherry picker training back, coming off clutch. That's hours put in to make that shot work. And Labosh now, they're the ones who've opened up a dual goal lead to give them their opponent something to talk about. Maybe that really was the timeout buff that they've drawn on. Looking comfortable as Twister looks to answer. Denied for now as Twinza and Badness start approaching the corner.
And there's an argument, as you were saying, right? The 77 blocks have been put on ice a little bit. They had to take that extra minute in between games, and, the hot hands start to get a little bit cooler. It's Badness moving downfield, 77 blocks. They'll want a goal back, and, a benefit for them is that Labosh have scored 2 goals so quickly. There is still 3.5 minutes left to try and recover. As long as they can have that conversation in the VC, as long as they can communicate that between themselves, still got an opportunity here in this game, and especially if Twinza keeps putting together plays like that. Ball on the left-hand side, Inspire. I thought he'd overrun that ball slightly. Turns out he hadn't. Twister gets a big clearance here. There was a demo somewhere. Daze tries to bring it away for Labosh. Inspire gets in front of Twinza. Chance to drop it down. Inspire clears the ball again.
I'd love to see the stats at the end of this. Inspire must have one of the highest speed across the entire map because he's doing work on the offense, trying to create some space, trying to release that pressure from his side, and then he's all the way back for another silver added. Off the ceiling as well. Ghost touch there, but it's pulled 2 up and they both come down. Unfortunately, they came down at the same time. Neither was stabilized to face the forthcoming shots, and all 3 players involved in this. Desperate there at the end by Twinza, but you got to think if either him or Badness had been ready for that clearance, they would have not been down by 3 goals halfway through the match.
I mean, Badness was close. Badness was not a million miles away. This ball now comes forward from Daze again, and I wonder if we do get the counter timeout from 77 blocks if the score remains as is. I would be very surprised if we didn't. Risen over to the right-hand side. Hit away by Twinzer. Now Badness next up to bat. Not a lot of boost on the side of the blocks. Daze putting it down into the corner, coming through, and Twister getting that clearance, moving through off the backboard, dealt with for now by Inspire, and gets that clearance as well. It's that second touch which is so key for LaBoche right now, because if you get that first clearance away, there's always someone waiting on the halfway mark. Oh, the bump on the goal line. Enough about what I'm saying. 77 blocks want the focus on them. 3-1, the blocks are back.
Oh, man, that almost feels like Twinzer was screaming at Badness. Do not touch this. There's no one contesting it. I've got the shot coming in there. And I've criticized 77 blocks before for not investing everything when they've got the opportunity. That time they made no mistake. Twinzer comes out of the recesses of third man and puts in a potent shot, just building on the chaos caused by Twister in the front line. And Twister really has to be highlighted for how much of a disruptive play he's been in this series. Still work to do, 2 minutes to do it. And LaBoche still comfortably in the lead, but less so than they were a couple of seconds ago.
Again, that lack of comfort now could come back to bite them if they start to get a bit flustered. Ball on the left side. Daze now coming through, trying to get beyond a couple. Hit away by Risen. Catch from Twister. Is that a little bit ill-fated? The ball comes off the back. Should be cleared away, but isn't. Into the middle again from Daze. Cleared over to the corner. Twinzer going to try and get this ball downfield, but once again picked off by a LaBoche player. Was that going in?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
I think those guys read it so well at this stage that...
yeah, I've got questions, but okay.
We'll see in the replay afterwards. You guys can always vote in your Twitch chat whether that was 1 for in, 2 for no. But right now, I don't think they wanted to take too many chances to LaBoche. You know, at any stage, they even if that ball was going in, almost certainly expecting a 77 blocks play to pick it up. And considering they had invested so much, you don't want to give away the possession and let your opponents in 30 seconds left have a look at your net. They might just now have Badness on a run.
He has been stopped in his tracks. Now it's a chance for Twister to play it over to the left-hand side, and it's at this point that you've got to start thinking that 77 blocks are going to be thinking about the limitless madness that we saw, I believe it was last weekend, where there were 2 seconds left on the clock. They scored to get back to 3-2, and then, or was it in that instance they were 2-0 down, I believe, and they came back to 2-2. This one will not be the case. It will not happen this time around. It's going to be LaBoche to take a 4-1 victory. They take series point, and now they've got 2 opportunities to go where they have never gone before, top 4 of a regional.
Oh, Rhino, I said it at the beginning. The demeanor of this series just seemed to be shaping that there was going to be one runaway game. And I mean, that one goal is... I said it was going to be about a 3-0, 4-0. 3-4-1, that's close enough for me to call this a runaway victory from LaBoche. 77 blocks without too many looks. I mean, they managed to put on 3 shots here. The amazing thing to me is the back and forth nature of this. Yes, this was a runaway game, but it doesn't feel to me like LaBoche still has a firm grasp on the series. One game does not a series make.
No, absolutely. Otherwise, these days would be a lot shorter than they currently are. There's no doubt about that. But no, look, I think when you consider exactly what's happened in that game, clearly the timeout worked. Clearly, whatever the timeout was intended for, that is exactly what they wanted to see the result be. And they have been able to steamroll, for lack of a better term, the 7-7 blocks. Now, as I said, I would be very surprised if we didn't see the graphic come up just below us that said the timeout was coming for 7-7 blocks. Surely you would try to put LaBoche on ice and get back into the game. Not seeing it show up yet, and that is making me a little bit concerned as the blocks... I believe they are reticent. I believe they are one of those teams that are reticent to use their timeouts. Even so, if there is no better time, I would... Okay, we're just getting back into game. Neo Tokyo, all right.
Confident that they know what the problem was. They're confident that they can fix it. Historically, 77 Blocks has managed to level up the series, but Labosh being the ones setting the tempo every time. It's felt like in the games they were the ones to strike first. It seems like the entire series always up by one and then being answered. And the game continues thusly. 77 Blocks waste no time to bring themselves a goal off the back. Then again, it's that psychological strength to be able to slow it down for half a second out of Twinza.
Clearly, I know nothing about timeout theory. I think that's what we've all found out here today.
At
Is
least not just
yeah, I'll stop talking about it. You know, timeouts exist. Whatever happens. You know what I mean? Inspire comes off the right hand side, wanting the goal back for Labosh. If they win this game, remember, they will go through, and they will be playing against Foot in. Well, pretty much after this game finishes, they'll have 10 minutes and then they'll go again. But for the moment, they are being pushed back. 77 Blocks are 1-0 up. Ball into the middle.
Whoa.
Opportunity. What a save there by Twister, keeping Labosh out for the moment. And the clearance does come through.
77 Blocks, certainly not comfortably sitting right now, as Labosh showing that they will figure this out on the field that we have dubbed personally in this region as the field of broken dreams. Because so often, in a close series like this, just the smell of blood in the water is enough for the team that's taken that 1-goal lead, or the 1-game lead, to be able to just clinch it out. They're inspired, they're buoyed up, and they're looking to bring on some pressure. 77 Blocks, so not without their own intentions towards us. Getting some nice passes together, a long way up into the air, but Days able to carry it down the length of the field and actually still creating a little bit more pressure than maybe expected by the 77 Blocks defense.
Yeah, and that is something that Days provides you. He has that ability to just maraud downfield. That one's up the crossbar here. The ding ring around Neo Tokyo. There's 3 minutes 20 remain. Badness going over the top, looking to bring this through. He's got Days in front of him, cleared over to the left-hand side. Twinza off the backboard, needs some support. And in the end, he gets Inspire to support him and send it back towards his own net, into the middle. Inspire won't get much done. Twister on the left-hand side, trying to win the 50. Risen out of the corner, ball into the middle. And Labosh, they do feel like they've grown into this game, but I've not seen an effective shot yet come through from Labosh per se. 77 Blocks doing a great job of defense. There's an effective shot, though. And the caster curse is alive and well on Neo Tokyo.
Again, it comes off the hands of Inspire. He's been able to create so much. You were right up until this moment. The Bosch was chipping away, but eventually the statue reveals itself in all of its glory. Just a single chip at the end of it crumbles all remaining resistance. The shot takes form. Labosh managed to even this up. Half the game to go in the series. Certainly not done yet. Not by a long shot. Long shot, as we speak about it, comes in there for Labosh, and maybe that's rallied them into what they need to do to be able to close it out.
Yeah, maybe. Ball played middle. Ball over the top. 77 Blocks. I mean, they know they have to be perfect from here on in. They've already conceded one. Simply cannot concede another. Risen, up to Days, off the top. Won't be able to do much more than that. And Twinza now trying to clear this one away. Inspire tries to cut him off at the pass. Nothing doing. Risen, right back from whence it came. The Englishman goes over the top, but he can't find too much. Now Badner's trying to challenge, but Inspire's up. Days wants the bump. Twinza avoids it. It's a little bit of a mishmash now in the midfield. Nice fake from Badner's. I'm not sure he actually intended it, but it worked out in his favor. Couldn't see it over the line either way. 1 minute 40 left. Labosh still chasing that series win.
I love watching little plays like that from Twister and the rest of the crew, because every one of them is capable of doing it. It just highlights the fine-tuned mechanical skill of any player when they can carry the ball so confidently on their roof. It's a simple and often neglected mechanic, just dribbling the ball well. These guys have got it. They're able to do it through the air as well. What a pass to come down. Somehow saved for the first time. Second shot also rebuffed, and 77 Blocks hold their line through hook or by crook. They are able to maintain this and even start turning in their Inspire, who had a target on his back there from an assassination attempt. But both teams stand tall at the end of it.
Still 1-1. Less than 60 seconds remain. 77 Blocks to save their season. Risen wanting to bring Labosh through into that top 4 position that they simply have not been able to find so far. Inspire off the left-hand side, trying to bring it through, gets the better of a couple, wins the 50. Is there a second man there? No, Badness is going to get there first. Daze reads where that one's going to end up. Inspire and Risen try and work together, but intercepted by Twinzer. This goes OT. I mean, the butterflies are going to be flying around the bellies of both teams for different reasons. As Inspire clearing this one away. Will be met by Inspire again. Twins are trying to clear. Twister goes over the top. No, he doesn't. He gets dunked. Oh, Risen! He may be the man to send Labosh where they've never been before.
Oh, so often we see this combo. Inspire through the air, gets one more touch than anyone expects, leaves it in no man's land, and Labosh, with everything to claim for themselves, pounce upon it. Risen, the man with ice in his veins, and a boost tank bigger than anyone, charges down the length of the field. Last chance, is going to touch down, but the field of broken dreams buries another victim. As Labosh closed it out, our panel did say at least game number 6 if we were treated to the showcase right now. History broken, both in terms of the overall meta of the series, but also in terms of 77 blocks. The one time they could not reply with a game back.
Yeah, but I think I'm quite happy with how both teams played. We saw a 77 blocks, which was far more confident, far more ready for this kind of game than they were yesterday, certainly. And we saw a Labosh, the very same Labosh who took down Deathcloud yesterday in a 4-0 stanza. This felt like the clash that we were building it up to be. No one was off the boil. No one was struggling. No one was in their own head. And we bring back in Bromeo and Greybeard. What a series.
I got Bromeo and I got our prediction spot on. 4-2 to Labosh. But it is not without disappointment. That was such a good quality series. It really needed to go to Game 7, and it looked like, I mean, we were saying in the green room, we were all chatting. We were saying, well, by the end of this game, we'll probably be half of us will be right or whatever it was. But now here we go, and Bromeo, I don't know, that needed to go to Game 7.
I feel exactly the same way. That was an incredible game of Rocket League, and as a neutral observer, I was just sitting there watching this game and enjoying it, and I felt like this is what RLCS should be, a high quality spectacle of the game we love, and for that I'm grateful, and I'm also glad that I get to be right on my prediction, and Alt is wrong. That always makes me feel better, but
I didn't give a prediction, friend.
I thought this was
the beginning.
Reiner, how do you feel? 77 blocks. I mean, this got to be a little bitter considering their success 2 weeks ago to find themselves out top 6 this time round. And I don't know. I don't know if they were just a little off the boil this weekend or what the story was.
I think to me it shows a little bit of inconsistency. I think the ceiling for 77 blocks is so high that we hold them to that standard because we've now seen it last week. But the problem is that you cannot maintain that position for an elongated period of time. It's really difficult to do. And so when we saw them this week, we were expecting those same highs, that same level that they would push on. But unfortunately, they just aren't able to keep it up at a consistent rate. Now they've got 7 months to go away and try and find that consistency for sure. But it'll be interesting to see how they get on with that, because I think this roster, these 3 players, they work so brilliantly when they're all singing from the same hymn sheet, and it's so fun to watch.
But it does open up a very interesting conversation, because we kind of say that Foot is sitting at that number 1 spot uncontested, and then we had 3 teams, I would say, Limitless, Hayworth, Risen, 77 blocks, who kind of made up the next echelon. And now we've got to go, okay, is that like a really hard and fast line? Labosh really deserves to be included in that. So how deep does the next step go? Are we going top 4 next teams or top 6 next teams when you start to bring in people like Cosmico, etc.? It really is a very muddied second string that we've got in this region.
Well, as announced at the start of the stream, there is a forfeit in our next quarter-final, the Hayworth Riz Tradui series. So we're going to be going straight into the semi-finals of Le Bosch versus Foot Esports. But since Le Bosch have just come off a pretty intense series, we're going to give them a moment to get ready and prepared for that. So we're going to take a short break while they get themselves calm, ready, and steady for their big matchup in their first semi-final. And we will bring every play of that to you after this little break.
like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
Just like that, we move on to the semi-finals. Just 4 teams remain, 1 to be victorious, everybody else filling up 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we've just seen them in action. Labosh, who did very well, but now they come up against what could accurately be described as the brick wall in the region. They're going to be playing Foot Esports, and now the panel are going to figure out and see if they can find a world in which Labosh takes this. So your deep analysis, Ultrasm, how did Labosh find a way to beat Foot Esports?
Do they have to? Do I have to have a solution for this question?
I've got one.
Please save me, Mark.
By scoring more goals than Foot in each game.
Yep. That makes sense. That's a good
Sublime.
strat.
That's
Why
why
didn't
we're
I
here.
think
That's
of that?
high-level analysis. That's why we're here.
No, the stats support that reasoning. If you score more goals, you tend to win more games, and I can agree with that. Yeah.
And sometimes stats don't tell the whole story, but that stat would tell the complete story. The chat vote is open. #LB, #Foot. So all of you in chat, if you can see a way, find a way for Labosh to take this first semi-final, then you want to be hashtagging Labosh. But it is, Bromeo, there's no way around it. This is, I think there's, as it stands now, there just doesn't seem to be a way that Foot lose this or that Labosh win this.
Well, there are long shots and then there are extremely long shots. And even past that, there is a Labosh Foot win. So I do think that they're in a realm of possibility Labosh can do it. It's just so far, no team has done it. So at this level, I would be extremely surprised and overjoyed to see a disruption in the way things go. And and don't take anything away from Inspire, Days, and Risen. They've played incredibly well. They've established themselves in the top of this region. It's just what is the summit? They're the final boss, and so far everybody's reloading their saves from the previous level.
But what a story to write though, if they can pull it off. It's and Titans always fall. Titans eventually fall, but it's unlikely to be today. But then on the other hand, Muckfish, why not today?
It's the last chance, right? We know it's the last day of the RLCS online season. We don't know what's going to happen in 2026. If these teams are going to return. So yeah, it's your last shot to actually be a stumbling block and deny Foot Esports that perfect team. But let's not forget, we know Foot Esports want to win. They've made that perfectly clear. They want to go flawless throughout this online season. So the motivation for each and every team is now to just be as obnoxious and as annoying as possible. And I think Lebosh is going to take great solace in that mission.
What role does the fact that in many respects there's not a hell of a lot on the line? It's not, we're watching North America right now and there's a bunch of permutations in terms of who goes to Major, who goes to Worlds, and if this one wins, then that's possible. If they lose, we don't have that. And I don't know, Ultrasm, if that plays any role. Sure, Foot have said they want to go through perfect, but it's hard. It's hard to keep yourself that motivated. Will this play any role in today's outcome?
I think it will at least allow Lebosh to play their game. They'll be free to do it. And I think the only time they're really actually going to take note of the mentality shift is if they're suddenly like 2 games up in the series. Then you're going to see a complete reversal of that, where they're going, okay, we've got an opportunity to win right now. But they can take some solace. When we spoke to VK Salen and the rest of the crew yesterday in the interview at the end of the day, they said that, the only team that they really consider as someone who could take games off them was 77 Blocks. Lebosh is now just convincingly won against 77 Blocks. Limitless is the only other team that could really challenge it right now. And they weren't really put up as the next contenders. So out of all the teams, Lebosh has kind of proven maybe we are someone you need to take a look at. And having achieved their top 4 now, the only thing that can really be on the bingo card for Lebosh is, do we win against Foot?
I think this is also worth pointing out that there is currently a chat prediction going on the Twitch page, and I'm in a voting battle with some guy who's voting for Lebosh. And because honestly, if you hedge your bets against Lebosh and Lebosh win, you earn a hell of a lot. Yeah. It must be Prod who's with me with this Lebosh call, because crazier things have happened. And I said I would say that, and I say it again, because if Lebosh win this, I get a hell of a lot of embers.
Is there any disagreement? I see now production have pulled back on what they did there. But Reggie in production did put in our chat. He said Lebosh win easy. So he's pretty keen for the upset. I will start. I'm going to go with, let's have an upset. Let's have a crazy last day in SSA RLCS. Lebosh find a way. And they do it in 7 games. Romeo.
I'll go with you. Let's do this. Lebosh should take it.
Lebosh, Muckfish, what's your prediction?
Gents, I was supposed to be the crazy one. What? No! Give me Foot! I don't believe I have to be the voice of reason here.
Well, you have no time for reason, because we're about to get going. What is your... So what do you want, Ultras? Are you going Foot?
I'm going Foot. I put 200 embers on the site, but that's my last coin at the casino on green at the roulette table. That's it.
Well, it is time. Semi-final time. Foot Esports, the clear out-and-out favorites against a massive underdog of Lebosh. But if not now, then why not now? Let's go!
We've just witnessed Lebosh do it. After 4 straight defeats in the lower quarters, they have made it for the first time in the semi-finals. Their reward, Foot Esports, a team who cannot make one false maneuver, a team that has won every event this season, a team with VK Leoro who may just win their 9th SSA event in a row. 9. It's another day in the office for Foot, and it's up to Labosh to light a match and burn it all to the ground, Mockfish. Let's have at it.
Let's see if Daze, Risen, or Inspire have a tendency for pyrotechnics. Shall we, Pyro? Because that and nothing less is expected of them. They need to really burn this to the ground. Burn this pitch beneath their cars to the ground if they want to have any chance of beating Foot.
And listen, they've proven resiliency in their match against 77 Blocks, the one team that Foot Esports touted as maybe the strongest of these import or local teams. But here Labosh have gone to prove that they have the strength to at least be top 4. But it's going to take a monumental effort here against Foot Esports, and especially against the best car. Is that car eludes me right there, Torres.
It's the first time we've seen Torres in a Dominus, but I mean,
is that a Dominus?
It's a very badly designed Dominus, but it is a Dominus.
Oh, okay.
In the end, I think, if my eyes don't deceive me. But I mean, if you have the confidence in the word, right, you can play any car, but that confidence might be backfiring. No, Torres, with that long nose, gets a touch on that.
See, that's the thing about Torres. He could be in the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle boxcar. I don't really care. We know he's going to make the incredible saves, and especially on the transition effort and role that he's played on this team, he's going to strike as well, and he nearly does near the defensive line of Labosh, but Labosh lived to see another second come off that clock.
And actually, this is a really good opening phase here for Labosh. They are certainly giving the fight to Foot Esports, who have yet to really settle in. There's a demo on the backline, and now suddenly on the counter-attack, everything is open. One respawn. Can Daze get Torres? No, he cannot.
Torres evades disaster. Had to get away from the attempted demolition and make the save, and the wherewithal out of Torres to make that play has been great. It's been a story of defense so far from both teams. Great reactions, great speed to keep things all knotted up.
And we've heard yesterday from VK Salem in the interview how highly he spoke of 77 Blocks, probably thinking as well that they would be facing 77 Blocks instead of Labosh. But I mean, if the praise is as high as it was for 77 Blocks, then surely a bit of that respect has to be extended towards Labosh, who, yes, they've been stuck at top 6 ever since, but I mean, now that they've finally overcome that hurdle, sky is potentially the limit for this side of Labosh.
Yet still, for Foot Esports, you've got to really pull teeth there to make them give compliments to the teams within the region that haven't been able to beat them. But Inspire's beaten quite a few defenders on these hot shots from the midfield. He's done it again.
One little push out from Torres, going into the corner a little bit prematurely, and that's going to catch him out. Inspire's shot perfectly placed at the top right. And with that, Labosh take the lead. Perhaps a second here off the kickoff. No, Torres is in position. That's the main man here for Foot Esports in Game 1. Leoro and VK Salem currently still connecting to the server, I'd say.
That could be the case. I'm sure they're enjoying their better ping, as they always have. But I don't know, I'm noticing a little bit of nervousness in your voice right now, Mox. You were the voice of reason, I thought, on the desk. What's happening here?
Clearly, no one should ever trust me. I think over the past 2 years, we made that abundantly clear that I'm not to be reasoned with. But, I mean, if you get the Madman to be the voice of reason, then this is what happens. Labosh get a brilliant showing in Game 1. It might even have another opportunity here. No, Torres rotating in back in time. But this is just Labosh that's taking the momentum from the 77 block spoon forward very well. They're playing very positive Rocket League, and they're gonna reward themselves. Daze, who's already having a fantastic day, gets a mighty dunk over Torres into the second goal.
Listen, this is how you beat Foot Esports here, right? Is you disrespect them entirely. Daze takes on every challenge, every 50-50 that he possibly can in order to outpace everybody to the net. A 2-0 lead for Labosh. It does not secure them a victory against Foot Esports. We all know that, but it's got to feel a little good.
When is the last time, and I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, because I certainly don't, that Foot Esports have, let alone lost Game 1, but have been behind in Game 1?
See, I don't know about
it seems
Game
like
1.
It never happened.
But I do know in Event 3, Labosh had a 2-4 series score against Foot Esports. So it's not unprecedented for them to take a game, let alone 2, and they're going to take, I thought a third goal certainly there. Risen on the redirect, could not get the right touch, and we can't really call this game until it's over. Snappy redirect from Leoro, trying to show Risen how it's done, but that's just a hair high. You got to get it between the uprights and under the crossbar for it to be a point.
Still 30 seconds remain, and we know with this Foot Esports side, you can never count your eggs until they've hatched. Days, though, Scott trying to burn some valuable time off that clock. Shot from Inspire. Out of nowhere, generating a lot of power and making the Foot Esports defense sweat. And suddenly, Labosh is looking poised. Labosh is only 10 seconds away. One counter-attack. Days is going to try to bump his way through. Torres, one touch, but only one. Labosh will take game 1.
How often do you see Foot Esports chasing and losing the pursuit? Inspire is the first to pick up this 50-50, and sure, it's a pull the goalie situation. You gotta score 2 for Foot Esports within 15 seconds. A counterattack is gonna happen if they don't score, but it does go to show that Labosh can keep up with the speedy demons of Foot Esports as they take game 1 in the semifinals.
Let's not forget, this is Foot Esports beaten for the first time. Haywood Risk took a game yesterday, but this is only the second game loss, so let's put it that way, for Foot Esports since the grand final of Open number 4. They went flawless through Open number 5. Wow. They nearly went flawless through this Open, only losing 1 game yesterday to Haywood Risk. Labosh have done something that only very few teams get the pleasure of doing, that is taking a game of Foot Esports.
And of course, this is the time doing the series if you want to win the match, right? Come out the gate swinging. Yeah. Fantastic work out of this team. Again, the pace, the disrespect that we're seeing out of Labosh is what needs to continue here. And Mark, I will say, I don't often ask to toot my own horn, but I'm going to do it here. I was right about the best car from Torres off rip when I saw the car. That may be the first time we've ever seen that in the RLCS, so I'm going to, fix my jacket here. But I would expect maybe we don't see that in game 2. What do you think? Are we getting the car change out of Torres?
I think, given that Harmonic is with them in Cape Town, that's their coach, of course, I think he's going to walk over to Torres, he's going to slap him on the back of the head and say, go into the Fennec right here, right now, or I will disown you. Let's see if the words have... They have. They've shown effect.
Oh my. Well, shout out Haza for keeping the ears open there and letting us know exactly what the vehicle is here. Starting in on game 2, was it the recommendation of Harmonic, or had he swapped to that preset before the scoreboard even showed? After game 1, the ultimate question is, will it have the impact? It just may. There's a Fennec with the name Leoro over it that gets the first goal.
Incidentally, Torres was the only one that was really playing his normal game in game 1, but opportunistic here from Leoro, just diving in, and sometimes, well, fortune favors the bold. 1-0 in favor of Foot Esports, and I think we've talked about it yesterday at length. Foot Esports, a team that is incredibly happy with having the lead, incredibly asinine to play against if you need to be chasing that 1-goal deficit.
And speaking of goals from Foot Esports, I mean, I am just bewildered that they were shut out in game 1. Right, the key to victory against Foot Esports is score 4 goals at least in a game. And wow, you've got to applaud the striking prowess that Labosh have. That shot nearly found its way through Foot Esports, just a bit better defending. Of course, on the backboard, taking that away from Inspire, and Days able to handle it.
That was also the first time this main event, so since Friday, that Foot Esports have been held scoreless. I'm going to research even more during the series, but, it's certainly the first time in a long time that Foot Esports have been held scoreless in a game of Rocket League. And I think the bear has been poked. Let's see how they respond. And they respond like they always do, high-flying, very direct going forward. Leoro's another shot, brilliant placement, but it's too well placed. It's against the post.
Wow. All right. Yeah, striking just a miss there. And maybe from Torres as they leave it for Leoro instead. Was able to get a nose on the ball. VK out of the equation. So the demoing there as well from Labosh. We heard that in the interview from VK as well. Hold on, this one could be close. Torres going to take to a teammate to the net. Maybe neither. Still gets it past the defender. VK Salen pops it high. But yeah, you expect most of the demoing being done by VK Salen. He has touted himself as the ultimate boost stealer and demoer, but hasn't been able to shake loose from the physical play from Labosh.
Physical play is proving to be very difficult to handle indeed. As I've just got word or found out that the last time Foot Esports has been held scoreless in a game was the 27th of April, grand final of Open number 4. So about a month ago is the last time when Foot Esports didn't score in an official RLCS match. That is absurd.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it takes 2 defenders to save that shot there. And that has maybe been the best testament to Labosh. It may not matter. Post hit. Wow, favors Labosh incredibly. The angles working favors on both ends of the post. But VK Salen won't really care for the post. Puts it straight in the net.
The universe was trying to help Labosh with all its might. And still, Foot Esports simply do not care. And put in the second goal. Labosh, I don't know what's the difference between them in Game 1 and Game 2. They don't necessarily look a shadow of themselves, but it feels like Foot Esports are just slightly warmed up now and are more akin to the challenges, to the unique challenges that Labosh bring.
Yeah, I wonder if it's more on Foot Esports than Labosh, right? Because we saw the interview yesterday. Foot Esports were a lot more jolly than usual, laughing and enjoying their time. And maybe that was the case in Game 1, but now it's been great posture and serious faces and great shots as well from Foot Esports in Game 2. They've turned it around and they mean business.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to your regularly scheduled RLCS SSA gameplay where Foot Esports is doing stuff like that. Gleoro, perfect ball control, perfect car control in the air, working with the flip reset. What more can you ask for from him? A third goal here in favor of Foot Esports, making that slip up in Game 1 really looking like just that. A once in a series slip up.
Risen had full boost there, tried to clear it away. VK, though, just getting the dunk. Torres up high, buying a little time. Days good for one touch. I think tried to get the reset to lunge himself back to the ball, but ended up off to the side. That's a nice cut from Inspire, trying to find the infield pass to a teammate. Days does pick it up, drops it off right next to Risen, but VK Salen on the interception. Does get the demolition as well as the ball touch. So this could be Foot Esports on a goal number 4 path. Leoro up high to Torres off the backboard. Couldn't convert the double.
Risen now on the counter-attack. Only has got VK, but VK's getting bumped away. Great little fake there as well from Risen. 2 players are needed, but in the end, Labosh find a goal.
There you go. That's a way to spin it back, turn it around. Labosh on the board. Again, something Foot Esports couldn't do in their loss in the last game. So Labosh making sure that a pulse is recorded.
You're really looking at the goal differential now and thinking, oh, Labosh maybe. They have a chance here, but VK says no. Absolutely not. Kickoff goal from the Spaniard. And the even goal differential is achieved once more.
That's confidence, and again, the speed that we expect out of Foot Esports. A high lob that Labosh are unprepared for is met by VK Salen nearly moments after it's hit off the ceiling, and then you get plays like this. I gotta take another look at this kickoff, though. It's a setup from Days to Inspire. He leaves that ball to be hit from VK Salen directly in his path. Kickoff strats work to keep the deficit back at 2.
Great kickoff strat. Great execution on the kickoff strat as well. As now we see a more standard kickoff, a hard sheet from Foot Esports, and it leads to Torres right in the position where he needs to be. A game that started very flowy is going to end very stop-starty with goals coming in fast and thick.
Was this 3v3 or 1v1? I got to check my notes here. What are we witnessing here? Yeah, even 1v1s get a little more flowy than this. So we'll see. It's another opportunity here that Torres is going to do away with. And hold on, he's got full boost and a reset, so how far can he go? Leoro holds the line there, and that should contain things up until we see triple zeros. Foot Esports respond in the way that many had expected, but some had doubts about. Labosh on their strong win, hard-earned against 77 blocks, seemed like a worthy foe of Foot Esports in this series.
You know what they tell you. Never underestimate your foe. In fact, I think the exact quote is always respect your foe. That is, of course, lifted from the Art of War. And war is where we are headed because Labosh is not going to just capitulate and roll over. No, they're going to give it their best. They're going to make this a series and they're going to make Foot Esports fight for this.
Love the goal scoring that we saw out of Leoro this game. Obviously had the tone setter, but the real play was that flip reset goal that we saw from him off the sidewall. I think that was goal number 2, so we're not going to see it here, but it's the kind...
there we
go. It was goal number 4. Okay, very well. Oh, no, 3. The point is, Leoro is back on form in the way that you expect, albeit VK Salem with that MVP play. And a lot of it was right on the sheet of expectations for Foot in Game 2.
Yeah, it was more... I think during the game, I was like, okay, this is now just classic Foot Esports, where yes, you can compete with them. Yes, you maybe even look competitive against them if you're one of the sort of next tier down, which I think we've discussed. Limitless, Haywood Riz, 77 blocks, and Labosh are. But in the end, the mistakes are simply from your side a little bit too plentiful because they are being forced into you're being forced into the mistake. And Foot Esports is incredibly good at just punishing the tiniest details, the minutest of the mistakes, and actually capitalizing over that is Foot Esports' greatest strength here.
Well, they're trying to flex their strengths in this game right here. As we got started there with game number 3, Inspire had nearly the read of the century off the kickoff. And Leoro the same on the flick. But both are just close, not enough. Keep things at 0. So already Labosh with a better start to this game as compared to game 2.
No kickoff goals for a change as well. Also nice to see from the neutral point of view. But let's see now if Labosh can get anything. Great bump there. Good infield pass, however, though. Risen! Great pass. Better shot, and Labosh take a first goal.
And you wonder who was supposed to cover the infield here for Foot Esports, because it's not often they allow an infield pass so free in that regard. Didn't help that Leoro kind of fell off the post, and so you had no defender positioned on that outer side of the net, leaving it wide open. Labosh have the lead, and talk about punishing mistakes. They're able to do that there defensively against Foot Esports, and oh no, they didn't expect the vertical drop down of Leoro to set up the Foot goal.
But on the counter-attack, hello! The Scot Days will put it through. One counter-attack, Leoro turning in the midfield. I don't think he necessarily needed to. He was sort of caught in 2 minds. You could see how slowly he was moving his car, and that was brought disaster onto Foot Esports. Labosh double up their lead.
And there we go again with the kickoff, just barely side flipping out of the way, and Inspire the side flip. Not exactly where you want to flip in that scenario. Torres, it's a little too easy after that.
Oh, the diagonal backflip. It hurts just watching it from Inspire. That's one easy goal to give up. And of course, that's a mistake that Foot Esports is more than capable of punishing. So, about 75 seconds played. 3 goals scored. Maybe a 4th here. Days can't unfortunately reach the ball. But still, Foot Esports having to wake up once again. Having to fight from behind here against Labosh.
Ball is reaching hyper speeds right now between the pinch plays and the crosses off the backboard, the passing plays as well. Gotta have your head on a swivel just to keep up with the game here. Risen, and he can meet that pace. And the air dribble stopped by Torres. That's another 50. No way he's beaten all 3 for the goal. You cannot take down Torres.
1, 2, and then Inspire is also too eager to get involved there. Torres does it all on his lonesome. And in the end, that ball would have trickled in regardless, but Leoro making sure that it actually will here for Foot Esports. It's the equalizer, but it's a fake kickoff again right here from the Bosch. The strategies come out, but this time execution not as clean as it was before. They have overextended. Lucky for them, the shot's not in, but there's Torres with an immaculate read.
You're just not rewarded for sloppiness at this stage of the RLCS, and things have really broken down for Labosh in the last 3 goals for Foot Esports. Listen, it's all about the heights of your attack, but to the same token, it's about your consistency on the field, and right now they are, I want to say, a step short. I think we're several paces behind Foot Esports.
Took about a minute. And Foot Esports have scored 4 goals, making a 2-0 deficit into a 4-2 lead, a multi-goal lead now for Foot Esports, and no light seemingly at the end of the tunnel for a Labosh side that is certainly valiantly trying, but conceding very quick goals here from Foot Esports.
Well, they've turned it on. Went from 4th gear to 5th gear Foot Esports, and how many gears do we got? Enough to rip them apart on the Labosh side.
That dunk is cruel enough on its own, but that second touch from VK's world class. There's nothing else to say about that. Is absolutely phenomenal control. Also to stay just mentally, right? We all know this. We've been there to mentally stay in the play, to have the wherewithal to know I can actually outplay a second player. I can stay close to this. I can make another touch. I can perhaps set up my team, or even, as in this case, score at the end of that play. That is completely different level from VK Salen, as is that save, though, from Risen.
Okay. That ball was 99% of the way in, and that one was 0%. Risen, the guardian of the goal line right now. Can they block Torres and Leoro combining their efforts towards the net? Oh, yes, they can. Inspire now to the other side. Flip reset past one. Off the backboard for the crossbar. Risen hits the crossbar again. Too high for Labosh.
But Labosh certainly not giving up without a fight again. Still having trust and a belief in themselves. Now they're going to have to calm down a little bit for that final offensive. Torres past one, but not past Days. That's so important for Labosh. They can't let these multi-man outplays happen time and time again.
Leoro sees the pass, gets the connection. Days save and pass out to Inspire. That's a boost for this play as well. Not able to get the second touch. Every corner read. Pass out to Days. Taken away by Leoro. Labosh getting so close. And Leoro nearly the pre-flip redirect of the day. Brings it to the ground. There's a mess on the goal line. And it's just Leoro to clean it up.
Just look at VK Salen in the background as well. Leoro does well with the fake, but one demo, one bump on Days. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Gotta get the pleasantries out of the way, you know. You gotta be polite when you're ripping cars apart for the 6th goal of your game. As Foot Esports, once again, won every event this season. I mentioned that VK and Leoro on their potential 9th victory in a row. That would be 9 of 9 in RLCS SSA. The 6-2 scoreline speaks to that extended dominance, and why not make it 7-2?
Second touch from Leoro. Not only does it get past Inspire, but it also perfectly finds Torres on the wall. And that's the one thing that we see from Foot Esports, but we sometimes don't really see from the other teams competing here in this region, and is why Foot Esports is a level above them. The belief, first of all, the mechanical excellency of Foot Esports is something to be admired, but also the belief from your teammates in each other, saying that, okay, yeah, it looks a bit dicey, but I'm not going to abandon my post. I know he's going to get the ball to me eventually, so I'm just going to stick around. I know my position here in front is good. And that sort of belief, that sort of trust is paying dividends time and time and time again for the better part of a year now, as Leoro puts in the 8-2.
And I'm going to extend on that point of trust, right? Foot Esports, and maybe better than any team right here, trusts their teammates to make those plays. you can also better trust your teammate to make the play when you're on their kind of ping, right? You have to keep that in mind when they're playing against teams like 77 Blocks, Labosh, etc. as we get our 9th goal. People are starting to understand, by the way, Mocked, why we were so surprised they got shut out in game 1. It's because games like this, we've seen too many times. 9 goals in 5 minutes of game time, not even. But yeah, the trust is there between the consistency from the players, but also the ping helps too.
The last time FUT Esports scored 9 goals was on Friday against the local side of Genesis when they were winning their first game 9-1. This time it was a 9-2. But also, I feel like FUT Esports and Labosh has taken it back to Friday as well, because that's, of course, when they've already met here during the group stages. Do you want me to tell you the scorelines of that clash?
I'm so into it. Yeah.
8-0, 3-2, 8-2.
Oh. Okay, maybe I didn't want to hear that.
It's not the first. What I want to say with that, it's not the first time that Labosh has conceded that many. Well, it's the first time for 9, but it's not the first time that they've conceded a lot of goals on the hand of FUT Esports. There's not a team in SSA that can snowball a situation so unprecedentedly out of control as FUT Esports.
Yeah, and it arrives in 2 different ways for me for FUT Esports, because we did mention the sloppiness from Labosh at the start of that game, right? We had some misflips, we had some mispositioning. Okay, that's fine. That happens every now and then. Later on in the game, it was truly outplays. It was that trust that you mentioned for quick follow-ups, but it was those like perfect flip reset, those passing plays that near perfection on the field that we see from these players. And that's what makes it so difficult for Labosh to win these games, because most of the time, if not all the time, you can expect this team to be scoring 3 goals on you, because there's no way to keep up with them, especially when that caliber on the shot taking is combined by the disruption play of VK Salem. We saw plenty of replays with him getting double bumps plus demolitions and boost steals. So probably not surprising to see the timeout here called by Labosh. Mock.
I mean, you lost 2 on the trot. The first one was a 5-2 loss. Now you got slaughtered 9-2. Both of them, incidentally, after the Labosh went up by 2 goals, which is intriguing, because still Labosh, especially at the beginning of the games, they seem to find their rhythm really quickly. They seem to realize the situation and the possibilities of actually taking the lead against FUT Esports, and they take that one they grasp it by its root. The problem is that it's only like for a minute, and then it seems like with a flick of a lever, FUT Esports is just there.
Well, there needs to be an attendant to the lever here for Labosh and ensure that nobody's taking that to an unfavorable position. Game 4 is on. FUT Esports 2 wins in a row, the last of which was monumental. It's because of plays like this. Another one on the board for FUT.
Euro gets a pass 1. Okay, that's fine. There's a misflip from Inspire from the back, but I don't think he had the read completely, or he pre-flipped a little bit too soon. A bit of a mechanical mistake there coming out for Labosh, and I believe for the first time in the series, it's FUT Esports who scored the opening goal.
Yeah, the bad news keeps coming for Labosh. Can they turn it around here? Leoro redirect. Torres in position. Gets it away from the shot taker of Labosh. In possession, nearly transferring over to FUT Esports. A bump will help as well. Inspire, though, with the boost to keep this going for Labosh. Flip reset. Leoro reads it. He says, you think you're going to get a flip reset past me? Sorry. That's all me today. Towards the flip reset to keep the ball. The boost steal as well. Again, it's just so hard to keep up. FUT Esports, as they're in chase, in pursuit, Risen has to leave this ball, but Inspire still on, taking on 2 from FUT Esports, can't get past.
All days have to do a lot of work past all 3 players now from FUT Esports, who've been caught up a little bit too far forward. Winston's shot is well placed, bottom left, 1-0, Labosh equalize.
All right, Risen, I was keeping an eye on your stats. Over 50% shooting percentage in round 1 of playoffs yesterday. Wanted to see that striking prowess today. Carves that near side against Leoro's squishy save to tie it up.
He shot about 30% in the earlier series against 77 blocks, which is still more than respectable from Risen. But right here, that absolute clinicality is what's needed when you're playing a FUT esports, and they've shown it in game one that they can certainly score a lot of goals against FUT. They can certainly hold FUT to a low-scoring affair as well. But at some point, that snowball is again trying to descend the mountain, and Le Bosch have to make sure that really the avalanche control is top-notch.
And how do you even start to create that avalanche if you're Le Bosch with your players like VK Salen owning the territory of this pitch? That midfield pass from Le Bosch had no chance because VK had the block. More of a fake play there that ended up with no one getting a handle on the ball. VK Salen nearly good for the shot. Gets past one. Days is found on the counter though. Scores on the flip. Past another Risen. No boost. Able to make contact and pick up that big boost. And Leoro plays it off the back wall. FUT esports generating more and more pressure. This usually results in a goal after we saw 9 from the last game. But it's the exit route found by Le Bosch.
Suddenly, Le Bosch always, there's one player, at least in defense, with boost to their name. There's someone who can make a stand against the high-flying FUT attack. Now on the counter-attack, they're looking a lot more threatening. I think it's all about here against when you're playing against FUT esports, all about the boost control, all about caving and being in control of your own back and boost. But if VK Salen and especially Torres do stuff like that, well, what can you do?
You got to commit to a play there. I mean, Risen on low boost tried getting back towards the net to play this shot because you see VK and Leoro coming straight at you. But then trying to target the shot before Torres gets there was, in my opinion, just a misjudgment. Maybe a desperation play where both options were not going to work anyway. Days to make this play work. It is the rebound effort towards the other end of the net. Leoro does dive for the save. Days takes up the ceiling and brings it down to Risen. The flick is no good against VK. Days, the follow off the backboard shot there from Inspire, but I can't even call that a shot. It was pulled away to the corner. Does give an option though for Days to take on VK Salen and Leoro, but those two find their way out.
Torres now over that left flank has got another option in middle there in Leoro. Unable to find him on the direct route. Has to go the peripheral one around the arena. The ball, frankly, remains deep inside that blue half. Torres with the backboard in unison. Again, met confidently by Risen, who finds an exit demo of his own. Unfortunately, nothing to gain here for Le Bosch from that demo, given that, well, Torres and Leoro did great work at keeping the ball in the blue half.
That was a smart play there from Leoro. Normally in those 2v1s, you want to dive on the ball. He's able to get there. Same with VK Salen here on the backboard. Realistically, this is the chance for Le Bosch. You go down 3-1 in this series. It ain't looking good. And they just can't keep up with it. VK Salen slices it.
VK Salen once, VK Salen twice, and Inspire can't reach to keep it out. It's the counter-attack again, played to perfection by VK Salen of FUT esports, and now 2 goals lead. 40 seconds remain, and we know how good FUT esports are at burning time off the clock.
They'll do it here if they can stop Inspire. I think they've got a teammate trying to get the bump. Leoro evades once again and gets that stop. I can't stop talking about how good Leoro is in those positions to get out of the 2v1 and then spark something again for FUT.
Risen gets drawn in, knowing that he has to make a stand, knowing that time is evaporating as we speak. So he dives in opportunistically, but he will be beaten, and the 4-1, and thus the conclusion of game number 4 is written in the books. These last 13 seconds not going to count for basically anything. Any goal here will be just a goal in garbage time. Or maybe a pretty one. Torres off the ceiling. Torres with the reset. Torres all by himself.
Oh, you gotta put a hand up, Labosh. You have to. He's going towards the ceiling and then bringing it back down to the ground. Just the threat of the reset was enough to give way to the defense of Labosh. 5-1 because, well, 2 wouldn't have been enough. 3, not so much. 4's fine. Ooh, but I guess 5's just all the more better. Foot Esports on match point to make another grand final.
And I feel about right now, Greybeard and Bromeo must be sitting in the green room and poking at Labosh with a stick, saying, come on, do something, please, for the prediction. But that prediction is looking more unlikely with every passing second of gameplay. Foot Esports not only have match point pyro, but they still technically have their timeout available should Labosh stage the comeback here.
Yeah, they've got everything they need and more. It sort of makes you question what world or universe or dimension were we living in game one? Because it's not this world. Foot Esports with very convincing victories back and forth in these last 3 games. It comes down to when they're going to go on that stretch of goal scoring. It could happen at the very beginning of the game. It could happen in the final minute. But at some point in this tug of war, Labosh lose their grip and they fall face first in the mud.
And it's always also the case of, it's always within like a minute, right? Where you Foot Esports get those sort of multi-goal opportunities. It's like 1 goal on the counter-attack, then it's a kickoff goal. Most of the time it's a like kickoff goal or quasi-kickoff goal. Right after that, then another counter-attack, and suddenly Foot Esports have scored 3 within a minute. That's sort of how these matches transpire. The difficult thing is, we all know how it works. Foot Esports is just so good that it's impossible to defend. It's like Arjen Robben back when he was still playing for Bayern. You know the cutback to the inside is coming, but you still can't defend against it.
Yeah, much like the demo or the boost steal of VK Salen. He talked about it in the interview. He's like, they know me. They know I am going to get these demolitions, that I'm hunting them, but they still can't stop me. That is just the truth and the fate of what it's like to play against Foot Esports as we find ourselves 30 seconds into game number 5, and they're on search for their last step to the finals.
Greg Bumtho here from Days and Risen. It's gonna make sure that shot counts. 1 from 1. That's the accuracy you wanted to see from the Englishman.
You mentioned it, that bump there from Days. Often will he evade the ball in an air dribble and assert himself as a headhunter, the primary one in front of VK, able to chip away at these cars of Foot Esports for that first goal.
Torres looking for a bump and response, but not able to connect to his opponent. Again, it's Labosh after a minute, looking promising with that lead. Now Foot Esports, we know the comeback is coming. Just don't exactly know when.
Labosh trying to toy with that fate as the ball gets there to the center of the field. VK Salen says, I'll have it once more, at least for a fake, for a try. Leoro fills the gap there as Days carries on. High ball here met by Torres. It's a strike to the net, and it couldn't be more perfect than that.
Inspire, he stretches, but he still cannot reach. We know the Dutch are tall, but apparently not tall enough to get to that ball from Torres. Perfect placement with the crossbar in unison. And suddenly, it's a 1-1, and now does the multi-goal flurry from Foot Esports come back again. VK Salen off the pass, VK Salen down, Leoro! Yes, it does!
Oh, Labosh, someone has to hit this ball. One player has to make contact. Days is hoping, praying that Risen can get the touch. And when it doesn't get there, well, it's all too late with no boost on the backboard. Calamity is caused and Foot are up.
It's a really boring script by now. And it's going to be... it's actually going to be a goal. No shot. Leoro still converts that one.
I have no idea here how you're in position to catch this bar read, but that's what Leoro does. I hate to beat the drum again, Mocked, but a lot of these plays continue to come down to the ping. We saw one of the later goals in the last game. VK Salient had a counterattack goal that there was just a very late response to a easily saved shot from Labosh. Here in this game, the backboard read was late again because they didn't expect their teammate to miss that ball. If you have the ping that Foot Esports have right now, it's a closer game. There's at least more saves. But sadly, some of these plays are just chalked up to that.
Some, but not all. I think that's still an important distinction to make. Foot Esports are, even on equal ping, I think, against Labosh, the clear-cut favorite to win, and they're just asserting that dominance right here. For me, it's just the sort of natural air that Foot Esports have about them. You know, last year when they first came to Cape Town, when they first came to South Africa, there were always these hopes that Limitless, you know, was able to compete and was able to take regular games off them. But ever since 2025 started, it's been a saga of, okay, you're not having a chance. We are simply better than you. We are one step above you. And we just are willing to ride that same script and our same game style down and down and down and just be unrelenting every single second we are on that pitch.
Okay, so the natural air, some call it aura, but you can call it whatever you want. But esports, it's just winning. And they are going to keep the gavel striking down here with their extended pressure on this possession. It's Leoro next to send it off to the backboard, and Torres tries to challenge Inspire. VK beats Days as they still search for that exit. Inspire out, but Leoro guards the midfield line. Torres goes for the bump, Risen able to get away from it. And handling this ball off and away from VK Salents. Pass right out to the infield. Leoro takes it away.
And now it looks like an even game again. It's again after that scripted sort of multi-goal flurry from Foot Esports. Suddenly Labosh is back in it. Suddenly Labosh is, you know, putting and stringing together attacks. Suddenly Labosh is looking dangerous even in offense. But still, they are 3 goals behind, and it's a little bit too late. So all that offense they're generating has to come with a massive asterisk.
It's got to be perfect as well. The pass was a little late. The shot was a bit high. This one not too far forward. But esports close the gap and have closed the door. That'll do it.
There was a crack in that door. And Labosh was certainly trying to peek through, trying to have their... They still had their like little toe right in that door space. But unfortunately, their little toe just got broken by the sheer force and brutality with which Foot Esports completely smashed that door closed. And
so we prepare for who their next opponent will be in the grand finals, either Hey with Riz or Limitless. That match coming up next. And they may be watching this, they may be scrimming, but either way, they're thinking that next step to the grand finals will be no easier than any other. And it's been against Foot Esports. They had a small misstep in game number 1 on the shutout victory of Labosh. But aside from that, it was the show we all know. Foot Esports on championship weekend, getting win after win. Close the door on another shot there from Labosh. It wasn't a good day for Labosh or non-standard car users, but for Foot Esports, it was a great match.
It was as good as it could have been, considering that game 1 loss. Afterwards, Foot Esports simply didn't look back. They were like, okay, yep, they got their 1 game. Cool, now we're going to steamroll them. And that's exactly what they did. It was completely and utterly dominant. 5-2, 9-2, 5-1, and now another 5-1 here in favor of Foot Esports. That's 24 goals in 4 games.
That's what you expect out of Foot Esports. Goal after goal. And just unrelenting. Labosh, congratulations on their first top 4. But that will be the end of the road for them this season. So we're down to 3. That's what it'll be. Foot Esports Hey with Riz and Limitless, the only ones left here at the end of the season, gents.
The hardest part of that cast for the two of you was being able to talk long enough through the highlight reel at the end. Well, we had game one. Game one gave us a sense of, hey, maybe, but that was all the glory to be had by Labosh. But yes, they've gone further than they ever have, and they took a game off Foot Esports. So Bromir, they got a lot to be proud of, a lot that they can walk away with in terms of keeping their heads up.
Of course they do. I think you hit the nail on the head there. They did more than what we expected them to. They didn't come away with a win, but there were plenty of positives to take that. And you could see from game number 2, Foot were pretty upset about that game one loss, and they took it personal. And I feel like every game thereafter was a demonstration on what happens when you beat Foot in a game. So they definitely came out firing after game 2, but commiserations must be given to this Labosh outfit, who not only made top 4, but they also took a game off Foot.
Pyro, it does make you think. Go ahead, Mark.
I want to actually, I'd love to have time to actually do a deep dive into that game one, because it seemed like a replicable blueprint on how to contain Foot Esports, because it was the one game where Foot Esports simply didn't have that flurry of goals that they always seem to have. So I know I'm going to do, it's purely academic because of course we don't have another online qualifier, but I want to do a deep dive into that game one. Why was Labosh so good in game one?
But the question I was going to throw to Pyro, which I'll do now, is it does make you wonder if there was a third split. And because in my mind, Labosh have gotten better as things have gone on. And it does make you think, like, what could happen if there was another 3 regionals and time for Labosh to get better, time for Hey with Riz to get better, Limitless to figure things out. I think it would be a wonderful finish to what we've seen in the first 2 splits here.
Don't get me started talking about a potential split 3, because I will not stop, and you guys know that. But in terms of the potential of Labosh, yeah, it's only higher. And I say that not only because we've seen that trend, but also this is a team who is committed to scrimming. Not just scrimming to professionally develop their team, but also scrim teams within this region, which we heard from Inspire in their interview yesterday, which was really great to hear, being involved in this community as you are also competing in it. So I think this is a devoted team. They've stuck together. That potential for a split 3 great performance too. Now that they've broken past that top 6 and the top 4 to see where else they could go, theoretically would be brilliant to see.
And a last shout out for Inspire, who did in behind the scenes has been in touch with people in this community and is very keen to be involved in the community and wants to do things here. So shout out to him and to Labosh. Well done to you. And that brings us to semi-final number 2. The second semi-final to determine who will play Foot, and that is Hey with Riz against Limitless. Now, 77 blocks beat Limitless, and then Limitless responded in the best way possible. Machtfish, is there, should we see Limitless respond in a similar way? And just before you take that question, the chat vote is open. Hashtag HEY, hashtag LMT for the chat vote on who you think would win. Machtfish.
I mean, first of all, I can't wait for the chat to explode once again because Limitless is playing. But, I mean, this is sort of the stage that we expected these two teams to meet, right? It was a semi-final every time during the Birmingham split. So in the first 3 regionals, every time. At this stage, we had Limitless versus Hey with Riz. Every time at this stage, Limitless won 4-3, 4-3, 4-0. So I would still say historically this matchup is more in Limitless's favor. Even the 4-0, I don't think it was a 4-0 that should be remembered as one, but these two teams are just incredibly close, and we can see that in the team comparison as well. Basically score identical goals per game, basically have identical shots per game, basically are inseparable. I think earlier we were talking about our sort of 2nd to 5th best team, so the tier below. I think within that tier, I think Hey with Riz and Limitless are still the top dogs of that tier, and 77 Blocks and LeBosch would be the underdogs.
Certainly the closest team comparisons that we've had in the top 8 of any of the matchups we've had so far. The side by side are as close as you can be, and fairly similar as we look at the player comparisons, Bromeo.
Look, these two teams have been fighting it out for second and third the entire season, and it is worth noting that the last time these two faced was in Raleigh Open 4. So it was not last split, but the split before. And that time, it was Hey with Riz who came out with the sweep. So it is very difficult to match these two on paper, because although historically Limitless has taken it, and you can even just see it with Sweaty stats here, more shots per game, similar goals per game, more saves per game, and a greater overall win rate, I would assume. But it is just a very close matchup, and I'm excited for it because it is that close. We deserve a close semifinal.
We deserve a close semifinal. I want to jump in there because the stat that interests me the most is that the last 2 interactions these two teams have been sweeps. Limitless swept Hey with Riz in open number 3, and Hey with Riz swept Limitless in open number 4. So I want it to be close. I think, Bromeo, we share that opinion that it should be close. But it almost feels like game 1 matters a lot if these sweeps continue to happen.
Well, the reality as it stands now is it's either game 7 or sweep, right? There seems to be very little room in between. I mean, there aren't any 4-1, 4-2 results in there. It's kind of like one extreme to the other. And I guess that does bring us now to, and Pyro, I'll stay with you because... Sure. We want a close game, of course. We'd like something tight, but based on what you've just said, does that lean you in any direction in particular?
I kind of forget everything that I've said, and I think about how I've been with this broadcast for SSA for 4 seasons, and I never stop believing in Snowy, To Die For, and now Sweaty. So, are you asking for predictions right now?
I am.
Yeah, I'm on Limitless. I need to see that final. I need to see them take one last crack at Foot Esports, and they absolutely have what it takes to take down Hey with Riz, especially if they're on the same form that we saw from them yesterday.
To jump around, I'm going to go to my prediction now. And I'm kind of leaning the same way as you there, Pyro. It's been a weird split for Limitless. It's been the most sort of unpredictable I've ever seen them, and I'm not quite sure what was at the heart of that, if they were sort of trying to rejig play style or trying to take it up another level and got lost somewhere there. But it was gratifying to see them yesterday. Their performance was very good, and I'm hoping to see that resurgence continue. So I think Limitless will take it, but I do think it is going to be on the close side of the extreme, and we're going to find ourselves game 6, game 7. So Limitless in 7. Romeo.
This is a tough one. I do believe that Hey with Riz have the momentum coming in, having had the last win. But it'll also be a cold day in hell by the time I vote against Limitless in this matchup. I voted everything I have in the embers, have all of them, Limitless to take it.
Markfish, yours.
It could literally, this is the most unpredictable matchup I think we have in the region. It could literally go from 0-4 to 4-0 anywhere, but much like Pyro, I'm a big fan of the storyline. I'm a big fan of Limitless trying to have another crack at Foot Esports, but that does not mean they can underestimate Hey with Riz. They know that. Over the 4 times they've played, 42 goals scored for Limitless, 47 for Hey with Riz, but still I think Limitless take this in 7.
Oh dear, the desk sweep. I can't say it doesn't worry me, but driver of the day is open. Remember that, acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your driver of the day. Only 21% of the chat vote. Feel that Hey with Riz will overcome Limitless, so it's a sweep across the boards. It is time for Limitless, the great SSA hope against Hey with Riz. Semi-final number 2, last SSA regional, and away we go.
The last hope of South Africa, Limitless, once again are being called upon to be the stalwart here against Hey with Riz. Foot Esports is waiting in the grand final. Who will have their date right now? Let's find out.
Oh, absolutely. We've been building this one up in our minds as the big game of the day. And it will hopefully live up to that. To die for out of the corner early, trying to find a double. Ivan sends it away. Snowy keeping the pressure on, and Limitless starting to build their possession early on. Sweaty out of the right-hand side. What's the 50 cleared away? But 100 picked up by Limitless. They're going to start to boost up Hey with Riz, and that's a very scary position for the Hey side to be in.
We know how good Limitless can be when the pressure is dialed up. We know how good Limitless are. We know how proud they feel to be the representatives of the region. It does come with a lot of pressure, but time and time again, they rise to the occasion, and they have to rise even higher because Foot Esports, I'm talking Hey with Riz, of course, still have that sort of psychological upper edge of having won the last exchange between the two about a month ago in the Open Qualifier number 4. But right here, this is a new day, and this is a Limitless, which is, I think, relatively self-assured, especially after yesterday's win over 77 blocks.
I was literally just about to say that. It felt like they excised some demons yesterday in beating 77 blocks in the emphatic way that they did. The blocks, of course, beating them in a 7-game series last time. That is so close to being the opening goal of this one. But now they've got some more demons that face them. Can they hunt them down and end them as Revezi now over to this near side? Kaka going to take it through. Sweaty and Snowy deciding between them who goes. It was Sweaty, and now Snowy follows through. Ball off the top. Sweaty will be given a chance. The bump on the goal line doesn't come through. Hey with Riz survive another onslaught.
Limitless, these first opening 2 minutes are looking very promising indeed for them. Certainly see you to have a good grasp on Hey with Riz for now. For how long, though, that is the question. Sweaty, though, gets a pass too. Sweaty nearly past the third. Revezi able to make a last-ditch stand to die for. Shot low, but unfortunately for him, saved by Ivan.
Hey with Riz, they are trying to just frustrate Limitless right now. Keep a defensive stanza, not allow them to get one up, and maybe try and catch them on the counter-attack. Problem with that is Limitless know that this is how teams like to play against them. They played against so many teams who have tried to do this, and now they've got a break of their own, but it's going to be sent over into the corner. Sweaty pops the ball high. He's got no boost to get back here. Revezi, just misses that one on the corner. So does To Die For. Now Ivan can't win that one. Ball played forwards. Kaka only into the corner. Snowy brings it through. Demo onto Ivan, but doesn't matter when Revezi's got control of the ball high in the air.
And I want to continue and add to what you said earlier about the sort of defensive playstyle that Hey with Riz is currently trying out here in Game 1, because that's, of course, how Limitless lost to 77 blocks last time around. They lost to an incredibly defensive team that was more than happy to sit back, soak up the pressure, and then counterattack when Limitless eventually overextended. So having played against that style, in a well executed manner now, Limitless are going to feel richer for the experience, going to know more what to do. Now going to be wary of the overcommit as Revezi tries to find a teammate in the middle, but he cannot find anyone. Only 80 seconds remain here in this Game 1, which has been fast-paced, really flowy, but no one yet has found a way through the defense. Karaka still comes back to it.
It has to make the save, and you're absolutely right there. And this is something that Limitless need to be very aware of. Tries to get the 50 there. Revezi clears it away. Chance for To Die For. Pass inside. Snowy's not going to follow through. And this, as I say, this is something Limitless has to be very mindful of. When it's down into that final 60 seconds, you're still 0-0. It is so easy to get in the mindset of, we must score. We must throw our resources forwards. We must be the team that win this game. Can't think like that if you're on the Limitless side, because if you overcommit, if you push 3 men forwards, you will be caught out by this Hey with Riz side. Ball into the middle from Sweaty, looking to follow it through. 50 is won by Hay with Riz, but they've lost possession now. Snowy up onto the backboard. It's a little bit heavy. Sweaty now to try and cover, and it will be to die for in the end who picks the ball up.
And what I see, though, from Limitless is incredibly positive car language in the way they approach the first touches, especially, have been looking really strong here in this opening game. Clearly, they are warm. Clearly, they are ready. They are also mentally in the right place. As to die for is trying to beat Revezi to that loose ball. Sweaty into the corner, looking for Snow, trying to keep it alive, but no, Rhino, we have overtime the first.
This is not the first Limitless overtime that we've seen this season, and, well, there's an opportunity for it to not be the last as well today. The ball down the right-hand side. Snowy takes a shot, will be saved away by Ivan. Double commit, Karka follows through, and the clearance is in. Demo, though, from Snowy, trying to get that bully ball, trying to be the aggressive side in this game. Snowy into the middle, cleared away by Karka. Might have found a gap here. No, Sweaty able to get back in time. Has a lot of boost to work with as well. Or Ivan into the middle. No one really following through. Stifle thought there would be. Ball off the backboard. Sweaty deals with it. Ivan right back. And Snowy gets the 50. It's back and forth here in OT.
Great reach here from To Die For, knowing exactly where that ball would end up. And now Snowy all on his lonesome against two, but does stand his ground. The, of course, most recent Cash Cup 1v1 champion of SSA shows that 1v1 defensive skill here against his opponents from Hay with Riz. At some point, you gotta ask yourself, Limitless, where is the way through? You've been looking threatening. The ball's certainly been in threatening places, but can you actually produce a threatening goal-scoring opportunity? Sweaty denied at the point of impact.
And I think Sweaty is probably going to explain pretty much all of the Limitless team right now. Oh, it's off the post, but Ivan follows through, and that is why they would have been a bit nervous. Ivan breaks 2 tackles further upfield, and it's an early commit there from Sweaty. He doesn't. I don't know whether he really has to go there or not, but he makes the decision to go aggressive, and Ivan just works it around him. Backboard, double touch. Hey, with Riz take game number 1.
The problem there for Sweaty is he was hunted by Karka. If he doesn't jump there, he just gets demoed. He just gets deleted from the pitch. So that was really his only chance there from Sweaty. But I think what Limitless grief was on the other side of the pitch. 14 shots from Limitless, forcing out 12 saves from Hay with Riz. But at this level, if you shoot 14 times, you need to score at least 2.
I mean, rare. Yeah, absolutely. That conversion rate simply must be higher on the side of Limitless. It felt like they were the better team. It felt like they were the dominant force. But are we looking at another situation where Limitless get stopped by a strong low block and they get caught on the counter-attack, Mark? I see your face there. You believe it. I can tell.
Okay, one game is too small of a sample size. I would see this. I would need to see this repeated, but there are certainly worrying signs. What isn't worrying is, though, that Limitless, apart from the time they swept Hay with Riz, they've lost game 1 every time. So basically, this is still a warm-up game, and Limitless has now seen how Hay with Riz try to approach this game today. They give them a lot of space. They want to hustle them. Yes, Limitless still need to play fast, but if Limitless can pick their pockets correctly, then I think they're going to have opportunities to find the net eventually. 14 shots without a goal is the outlier, not the norm for Limitless.
Yes, absolutely. But I want to present to you the very scary possibility and potential reality that Limitless also don't score in this game number 2. And then what? And then where do we go? As Revezi drops this one down to the left side. Karkase, I know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying things like that. As Revezi puts it back in, it will be cleared away by To Die For down the right-hand side. Revezi with a big 50 already. Hay with Riz coming with a stronger face forwards, but it might not matter. Snowy into the middle. Is there a clearance? Actually, it's by Sweaty.
Fortunately there, I don't think Snowy had the reset or really knew when to use the reset effectively. Hay with Riz able to get away with murder there, get away with a black eye, and now actually gonna score on the other end. That's so cruel if you're Limitless.
Well. 3 holes in the ground as Ivan comes through, finds the right-hand side of the net. And Hey with Riz are 1-0 up against Limitless, both in scoreline and game score. This one comes over the top. Revezi knocks it down, and this one has been a better look from Hey with Riz already in this game number 2. That's not a good look. That's a team bump, but they will get the clearance through. Ivan, Revezi going up to meet Snowy, gets the better of him as well. Ivan, he's already got 2 goals on the series, looking for a third, but he hits the crossbar, and Limitless clear, and Sweaty's with the counter-attack, looking to go quickly. Sweaty answers back. Limitless score in game 2.
Sweaty Clarence. It only takes 9 shots to find a goal, but find a goal eventually he does, and that is the important thing for Sweaty and for Limitless. 6.5 minutes of not being, 7.5 minutes if we include the overtime, of not scoring, ending right here for Limitless. Finally, perhaps the dam has been broken.
Well, that's the question. Can they now capitalize? Can they now get another one? Not if Karka has anything to say about it. Oh, the demo on the backlines, though. Ivan taken out of the play. So To Die For now has a pretty free run. Sweaty's going to take it away from his teammate. All part of the plan, though. So the pass comes in. Snowy takes a shot, but it's a wonderful save by Revezi. Gets out quickly. That early challenge was everything on that save.
To Die For turning towards the wall, but they're going to be punished for choosing to drive the extra path. Instead, Limitless control the ball in their own corner. Ivan's going to make them sweat, though. There's a bunch of bunt attempts as well from Karka on the goal line. Try saying that 3 times fast.
It's tough.
As Revezi and Co are certainly amping up the pressure. Not as content anymore as they were in game 1 to just soak it up. They actually want to fight Limitless on the offensive half of the pitch as well.
Yeah, and this is something that Limitless don't see very often, right? Is teams not only kind of coming forwards at them, because they've definitely seen that before, but it's with a confidence and with a level of disrespect from Hey with Riz. They're fighting them at every point. They're 50ing everything. The early challenges, the getting in the face of Limitless. And it is disrupting their play a little bit. Limitless have stood up against this torrent of offense so far from Hey with Riz. But there's more coming. There's an opportunity here. Revezi can't find a way past Sweaty. Out of the corner, Ivan will have to try and win this one. Does do so. Puts the ball in the corner. Chance for Revezi. At the angle. Goodness gracious. Revezi into the roof of the net.
What a clanger from short distance on 107 kph. Absolutely nothing that Sweaty can do. Even with the pre-jump, even though he had to jump early already because Karka was going to hunt him down regardless. Revezi's shot simply too good here for Hey with Riz, and they take the lead once again. They take it back. Now Karka has a bit of time in the air, goes for the direct shot instead of the reset. To Die For, more than ready for it on the back line.
But Revezi, again, the early challenges, getting in the face of Limitless. They do not like it when teams come at them with this kind of mentality. That's exactly what's happening. So Snowy decides that he's had enough. He wants a demo. He wants to get his team up the field. Unfortunately, they don't find pay dirt just yet. Now off this left-hand side, Karka wanted the bump, but To Die For waits on it. He still has an opportunity to drive through, gets a 50, it's too high, and Karka will be able to bring it away for Hey with Riz. But with 60 seconds left, they're a goal to the good, and Limitless have only scored once in the past, 10, 11 minutes now? Concerning for the SSA natives.
It's always when the opponent is favoring the aggressive cuts, even on low boost, that Limitless struggle because they simply don't expect them. They know, okay, he's on 0 boost probably after the challenge, he's just going to drive away. No, the cut comes in and that sort of throws off Limitless when they try to build out of defense here against Hey with Riz. And, well, Foot Esports as well by extension, as a sort of playstyle that Limitless simply don't like to play against. And I mean, who can blame them? Neither do I, but luckily for me, I don't have to contest with that.
Yeah, you're also not playing in a region semi-final, Mark. You don't have to deal with the well, absolutely. As we are much better suited in the booth than on the field. And Karka down the right-hand side. I mean, he just needs to get this ball on the ground. I wouldn't keep this up for longer than I had to. Limitless, able to keep the ball alive. The early challenge through from Revezi. Is that brave or stupid? Ivan puts it on the ground and proves that it is indeed just the brave. Hey, with Riz, 2-0 up in the series. And Mark, I imagine there are some sweaty palms out there right now.
Now is the time for CP Zebra to shine for Limitless. The boys, I don't necessarily think Limitless is having a bad series, even though the stats are painting a pretty damning picture of Game 2 that by eye test, not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily subscribe to, but it's clear that Limitless need a bit of outside input. It's clear that Limitless, they aren't necessarily lost on the field, but they seem unsure, and now they just need that hype man to instill that confidence in himself, to instill that natural air that Limitless always had in the region of, we are just the best, we are just going to win this.
Yeah, and we've seen them previously be able to have the ice because they've had that mentality, because they've had that idea that we are the best. We've seen them come back from 2-0 down with 2 seconds left on the clock. These are Limitless plays. This is the way that they want to take charge. I'm not seeing the timeout graphic come up just yet, which I'm a little bit concerned about, Mark. I've talked about timeouts before and I've been completely wrong, but I'm sure you understand why this is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, honestly, it's common wisdom, doesn't make it correct, of course, that you take your timeout after you lost 2 in a row, right? Just to break the momentum. I understand why Limitless perhaps doesn't want to, because it's been 2 1-goal games where, you know, they've been looking very competitive from both of them. But still, I would rather have seen them take it here, because even if they win game, now this makes game 3 even more of a must-win than it already was before. If they have their timeout before game 4 and with this 3 games up, it's not going to matter as much anymore.
No, and I think that's why that wisdom comes true, right? Is you don't want to be 3-0 down, taking your timeout, and then being stressed about having to pull off a reverse sweep. Ivan looking to put them in that hole! And Kaka comes through. It's the Spanish connection for Hey with Riz. Ivan over the top, gets a double onto the crossbar. Tadaifor not ready. Kaka into an empty net. And it looks a little bit foolish now that timeout wasn't taken.
And I'm unsure whether Ivan wanted to score that or not. I'm going to go with he wanted to score, but sometimes the best pass is the shot that was just barely wide. Tadaifor certainly was in a position to save the original double tap, but with that one hitting the crossbar, suddenly an open net for Hey with Riz to score into. And a minute into game 3 here on DFH Stadium. It is Hey with Riz to be taking the lead. Snowy now trying to rally the troops. Snowy with a great pitch mid to Tadaifor is there, equalize again.
Too aggressive from Hey with Riz on the right-hand side. They get their pocket picked, and all of a sudden Revezi realizes he is, well, in trouble. Let's put it that way. He definitely can't get out easily. He tries to take the early challenge, as Hey with Riz have tried so many times so far. That one doesn't work out for them, as Limitless, they fight back. They get a goal back, and a demo comes through as well. Onto Revezi, Limitless. We saw them take this position in the last game, in that game number 2. They couldn't then move forwards and get that second goal. They still can't right now, but Sweaty tries to correct me as the ball played middle, dealt with by Revezi.
Looking for the sidewall read there was Sweaty, trying to get a lot of power with the slightest of touches. Snowy goes down from the ceiling. Snowy past 1, Snowy past the second. Sweaty beautiful. There, Sweaty goal!
Beautiful this, absolutely gorgeous from Snowy off the right-hand side. Knows exactly what he wants to do here. Make as many people miss as possible. Take the ball away from their bonnet while maintaining possession. Snowy does that beautifully, and it will be one of the easier goals that Sweaty has to score. And now Hey with Riz in a hole. They're behind, and we've not seen them in this position yet this series, which 2.5 games in is a little crazy to say, but Limitless are now 2-1 up, and they want this game back as quickly as possible in the series.
Snowy trying to reinsert himself here as the leader of Limitless, trying to reinsert himself here as the catalyst of the Limitless offense, being instrumental for both goals here in this game 3. That will to win. No one, perhaps in this entire region, is more defined than Snowy.
And that's just it. Sometimes it comes down to that mentality of wanting it more, needing it more to a degree. If you're Limitless, we've spoken so many times on the panel about the fact that Limitless need to prove themselves. They still have stuff to prove in this region, certainly now with the way that this season has gone. If they are to come back in this, not just this game, but in this series, take it home and go to the final to play against Foot, that would be proving a lot of people, well, no one on the desk, certainly, but a few people in the community wrong, as now Rlcs trying to pick this one up on the left-hand side, pushed over the top from To Die For. Karka drops it down. Sweaty trying to be a nuisance. Being a nuisance, he is. The clearance is in from Riz, but all of a sudden it looks like their confidence is waning.
All of a sudden, by the flick of a switch, Limitless looking more self-assured than they have in the entire series, certainly since that game 1 overtime loss. Aggressive challenges, good reads here, coming out from Limitless time and time again. Sweaty, what a pass down to himself, leaving it for To Die For, but Ivan evades the bump. And does get a pass To Die For as well. And on the counter-attack, To Die For is close enough for the demo. It's that little inches that are decisive here for Limitless.
Yeah, but hang on a moment. There might be another inch that's decisive. Karka onto the left-hand side. You get the demo. You think you've dealt with the danger. Riz are here to tell you, you have not. A snipe into the bottom left corner. Riz level 2-2.
Against the momentum of To Die For as well, who was rotating in back post where he belonged. But that shot simply too strong. To Die For hitting the brakes a little bit too late. And all of that hard work from Limitless to get back into the lead undone at the hands of Karka with that beautiful slot bottom right. And now To Die For trying to find something. Limitless don't want to go to OT again.
Gonna try and avoid it. Sweaty looking for the right side. He hits the post. Was that the opportunity for Limitless to win it in regulation? Snowy will try and fashion another opportunity. Sweaty now off the right-hand side, taking his time, but he's taken too long. And now the double commit in from Riz. Ivan, he's up highest, but Snowy reads exactly where that ball's going to end up. Karka now can't get much done there. Rlcs, he's awkward. Sweaty with a chance, gets the boost, passes to Die For. Team bumps on the back lines. Limitless not pulling the trigger, and they might regret that.
No one really sure of it, what to do, if to take the shot on the counter-attack.
No way!
What? It's not in?
It should be. For all intents and purposes, it should be. Rlcs gets the clearance. Ivan tries to make amends. Ball out of the corner. Still alive. Karka back. Rlcs can't get there. Sweaty now. Passes to Die For. Do they have the ice? Ivan tries to make the challenge and does. How has this 0 seconds gone as long as it has? Rlcs out of the corner, waiting for help. Cleared by Snowy. No one wants to be the person to put the ball on the ground, but someone will have to. And it's 2-2.
Voodoo magic. The only reason why we are in this overtime. This is SSA at its finest. And this is Limitless with their backs against the wall. But To Die For has got something to say about it. What to say from Rlcs, but Snowy, second time around. Old man, does he still have it? No, not in this instance.
Hey, he definitely still has it, but
unfortunately
this one...
I'm still got it.
Over to the right-hand side. Rlcs gonna try and get a challenge. Karka, no boost problems. He gets a bump there in very unconventional circumstances. Sweaty off the right-hand side. It was such a breathless end to regulation for this game. Everyone's got to calm themselves down, and Riz aren't doing that. Double commit in the middle. To Die For brings it back down, but a great interception by Karka.
Karka as well. Getting a bit of time here, trying to not necessarily rush the ball forwards, but knowing his teammates were in a precarious position. Getting them time to get some boost, get reacquainted with the correct position, and then try to move from their solid base. That is what Karka is trying to build time and time again for this Riz side, but there's Snowy! Turns around and gets the OT winner.
sometimes you've just got to take someone out. The demo play onto Ivan. There's no one back at that point for Hey with Riz. And Limitless. They come back from the dead. They looked like they were struggling when Hey with Riz went 2-2. Really looks like the game was done. And also we got to talk about that 0 seconds because I'm pretty sure it was a team save. Hey with Riz had the opportunity and it was one of them who saved that ball from going over the goal line. I have no idea. Muckfish, one of the strangest ends to a game I've ever seen.
I'm waiting for the 0 seconds discombobulation to be in the highlight reel, because
it has to have been, right?
It has to be in the highlight reel. That was absolutely absurd. But still, Limitless, I think that overtime, when the importance of it cannot be understated, right? If now they look like geniuses. Now they still have their timer to use later on in the series, right?
Go.
But
there it is. Right there.
I think Ivan just wanted to score that, honestly. I think he needed to score anything. He needed to touch it.
No, he absolutely did not need to touch it. There was no one back to make that save.
There was one defender still in net.
Yeah, but his momentum was taking him back towards the back of the goal.
The shot was slow. The shot was so slow. Like, surely
not slow enough. I'm pretty convinced that one goes over the line.
Let's agree.
We'll agree to disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll handshake you.
All right. But it's now Limitless look a bit better for not taking their time out, but still, if they lost this last overtime, this series is done and dusted. I think Hey with Riz win this game 4 and win the series therefore 4-0. Now Limitless suddenly are back within a shot.
Yeah, and that confidence now is just going to skyrocket for Limitless. We know how good they are when they believe they are the better team in the server. They have lost that a little bit so far this season, but you just know that now they've got their foot in the door. Now they've got that first game on the board. Limitless are going to be starting to come at Hey with Riz with everything they have. All guns blazing. But I tell you something, Hey with Riz aren't going anywhere.
Mate, you're casting the wrong team. Guns isn't in this lobby. No, that was horrible. I do excuse. Yeah,
I was very confused for a moment. I genuinely thought I made a mistake there, but no, yeah.
No, you just happen to be in the booth with me, and I like stupid jokes. But what I don't like, or what I also do like, rather, is good gameplay, and that is what these two teams over the past 3 games have certainly brought forward. As Snowy puts in another great save, and a second save to boot. Snowy putting it out and putting the fire when he needed it most.
Yeah, but there's another attack coming from Hey with Riz. Ball out of the corner, cleared away by Snowy once again, the stalwart of this Limitless side. Oh no, to die for, and Sweaty get their wires crossed. Ball to that far side. Ivan wants the demo, finds it too, but I think Hey with Riz had given up on that play, so now there's an opportunity for a counter. Picked up by To Die For. He gets a demo. It's a demolition derby out there. Down the right-hand side, Revesi trying to get something to go. But now Sweaty can bring it back forwards for Limitless over the top. Has he got the pass? No, cut out by Ivan.
But still Snowy keeps it alive. Revesi on the backboard. Ivan is still in a dangerous position. It's the counter-attack here, but a counter-attack that has been well spotted and well defended by Limitless. 2 minutes have been played. Nothing really of big value happening for either side. Some good attempts though. Snowy, that ball's going to drop middle. Ivan and Kaka both double commits. Could be an opening here for Limitless. Sweaty over the ceiling. He's going to have to use a pass down. He's going to find Snowy, but he's also going to find Kaka.
And no, that's an opportunity. If that's it, if that's on target, that goes in. Ivan's not ready for it at all. Limitless's radars might be uncalibrated. Kaka able to make a what on earth?
What, triple demo?
That's outrageous. That's a full team wipe. And this is not the game I usually use that phrase in. With the ball over the top, Ivan on the left-hand side, Kaka into the middle. How on earth did Hey with Riz not capitalize after taking out all 3 members of Limitless?
And the pass on the right flank simply was too inaccurate, but this one might not be. Kaka down. Ivan is there, but doesn't have the right connection. Still tries for the bump on Sweaty. Sweaty will survive. Plan B attempted, not perhaps what they needed. Given that To Die For is a low boost, but Kaka can't read the post.
So close from Kaka. Just a little touch inside. That would have done it. Now to die for. Redirects, gets that clearance away. Snowy going to try and follow through. That pass up, the pre-jump from Revezi. It's nice from Hey with Riz. But the save is in. I think it was a save. Clearly it wasn't actually destined for the net. Another pass back. Ivan trying to find Revezi, but not able to find much. And now out of the corner, the ball into the middle. Sweaty going to let it go. He's going to leave it for to die for. But once again, the touch is too heavy. And Hey with Riz come forwards again.
Hey with Riz looking a lot closer to that first goal in comparison to Limitless. Revezi putting it forward again. Ivan trying to chase on the end of it, but it's going to be eaten to the ball by To Die For, who's got boost on the side. We know how dangerous he can be. To Die For floating through the skies. But Karka ready on the backboard. Sweaty just booms it forward again. Ivan has got no troubles dealing with that, but Sweaty does well. Gets a great 50, gets another great pass down. Sweaty and Snowy combine.
And this is peak Limitless right here, getting in between two. The pass down is perfect, and Snowy's right there waiting for the finish. Limitless lead with 46 seconds on the clock. It's been a very low-scoring affair, which I have to say we don't always see from a Limitless game, but in this particular instance, they are not lighting up the scoreboard. Ivan, goodness me! The Spaniard answers back in 10 seconds.
We might not be lighting up the scoreboard, but the goals that we do get, they are of exceedingly high quality. Ivan, great double tap down. And all that work for Limitless again, all for naught. As that game is equal again and again. Ivan looking for the backboard read. Sweaty this time around, wiser for it. Keeps the cover on the backboard now through the smoke screen. Ivan gets one bump, gets one demo. Karka all by himself!
46 seconds on the clock when Limitless scored. And they looked in cruise control. And that is why you should always make sure you pay attention when you're driving down the motorway in cruise control, folks, because it can go wrong. 2-1. Hey with Riz, turn this one around. All out of the corner. Oh, Ivan! He found that angle. I mean, that would have been absolutely ludicrous. There's no way Limitless come back from that one in this game, but they've got 10 seconds. Limitless, with being one goal down and with limited time, they have been in this position before. They found a way through, although giving possession there to Hey with Riz, I'm not sure that's the most convincing thing to do. Ball out, hang on a moment, they've still got a chance to die for! 0 seconds on the clock, Hey with Riz make a huge mistake.
And it starts with Snowy getting the bump, sort of unsettling the car of Revezi on the back line. He doesn't have full control over his car anymore. The ball spills to the infield, and To Die For is just ready for it. And maybe now he's Snowy long-range effort. No, overtime. Needing to go into calm waters for Hey with Riz. This one, his last minute certainly wasn't to their liking, but here Revezi finds a pass to Ivan. Double save.
Pass was gorgeous, but the save was in. Now Limitless can try and build. Fakes out Ivan. Ball over the top. It's met by Revezi. Karka going to try and read where this is ending up. He had no idea it was going there. Demo comes through, but Karka still makes the ball move forwards towards Limitless's net. Not for long. Back the other way. Ivan, with very limited boost, gets a hand up. Now the ball over to the left-hand side. Sweaty off the backboard. Is there someone at the back post for Limitless? The Die For is there, but it's just a slow opportunity. That is not a great clearance from Ivan. That's a significantly better one from Revezi. Has he found Karka downfield? No, not quite. 60 seconds gone in OT.
1 minute down, and of course the one OT that we had in game one has been going to Hey with Riz after about 1 minute 14. So Ivan trying to replicate that here. The infield pass to Karka, snuffed out by Sweaty. Finally, Limitless a bit of time for themselves here in offense. Snowy has to build up a lot of time. To Die For was just demoed at the bottom left of our screens. He does do well, gets the control into the corner, allows To Die For to respawn, get boost, and now get into position, into the challenge here against Ivan.
Ivan working out of that left-hand side. We've seen slow passes like that into the middle really find more than maybe they should for Hey with Riz so far this series. Another one dropping. But I4 sends it away. Booms long. Revezi taken out, but Ivan all the way back, ready for the save. He gets the bump on the player, not the ball. He will get the second touch in the end. Now down the left side. Ivan's got Karka in the middle. There's no one back. Double touch needed. Revezi to finish. Karka manages to get it over the line. Hey with Riz win game number 4.
And Snowy knew he was in trouble as soon as that counterattack stepped down his way. 3 players and Hey with Riz combined. And I think in the end that touch from Karka was needed. I think Todaifor would have gotten to it to save it off the line. It would have been close regardless. But Karka making sure that Todaifor didn't even have the chance to get that heroic save. And in the end, it's 1 shot difference between Hey with Riz and Limitless. But it's that 1 shot that made all the difference between Hey with Riz and Limitless.
It really did, and we talked about it before. It really felt like Limitless, once they went 1-0 up in this game, they were cruising. And here it is. This is the 46-second goal. Sweaty down to Snowy, and that's, as we mentioned at the time, prime Limitless. And then they get the whole thing turned around, flip-flopped on them. And suddenly, Hey with Riz, I mean Karka, that is inspired. Going through into the goal. Don't you dare make a joke about Inspire with that one, as Todaifor found the equalizer on 0 seconds. And it's Karka to win it out for Hey with Riz. Back and forth, Mark Fish, but back to a 2-game lead for Hey with Riz.
Oh, you know me so well. I thought about it instantly, but I thought better of it. I didn't say it. But yeah, Limitless backs against the wall, truly. We know that this is where they sort of don't necessarily feel that pressure, or they will never admit to feeling that pressure, but they've got a lot of pressure now on their shoulders. Though I do want to cast our minds back to open number 2, where, well, Limitless have been in that exact position before. Afterwards, they won 3 on the trot. They beat Hey with Riz in the semi-finals. So the question is, can they do that here again? They have to win 3 on the trot. They have a timeout available, but that's no good for them. Basically, it's now or never for Limitless.
Yeah, I guess my question off the back of that is, do Hey with Riz remember that? Right? Because the most recent time, Hey with Riz swept them. So my wonder if in the back of Hey with Riz's mind, they know that they've been in this position before, or if they're like, well, we swept them last time, so, you know, why is this any different? Todaifor going to prove exactly why it's different. He just can't get the finish. The clearance will come through for Revezi. This game is going to tell us a lot about how these 2 teams are going to feel and progress in this series. Good save by Snowy.
I think knowing Rocket League players, they probably aren't aware that they lost from 3-1 up, but you know, Limitless is certainly going to remember, and that's the more important part. It's not whether Hey with Riz remembers, but whether Limitless can remember. You know, they've been in the situation before. That's, again, something that ZP Zebra, their coach, can remind them of. Like, lads, come on. We've been in this situation before. We won against them from that position in the past before. Just have to play our game. And right now, Sweaty is certainly looking for that game. A little pass down to Snowy, but that's not going to be good enough.
Demo plays coming out from Limitless. They love to employ these. Ball to the back post. A lot of people jumping for joy on the back lines for Hey with Riz. Not finding any contact with the ball for the moment. But now Ivan will be given time, space, and boost. The 3 kind of potion ingredients that you need for a big play downfield. Doesn't quite find one there, but Revezi now puts it into the ground. He wants to bump on the goal line. Chance for Karka. Won't find anything, but now Revezi camps in the Limitless half. Tries to get a 50. It does find its way into the corner. Ivan now picks this ball up and gets bumped off the play. Great work from Limitless.
Limitless still standing firm defensively, but having to absorb more and more pressure. This time Revezi leaving it for Ivan. Good communication there from Hey with Riz, but the shot in the end was a bit too centrally placed. Ivan pre-jumping that pass from Karka. More and more pressure mounts for Limitless. Good for them. They can still keep control of their own back booster and never boost up. And never in a big pickle in that regard, just from a resource point of view. Sometimes they still have to alleviate the pressure. Maybe here Snowy gets into the other half to Todaifor to follow along. Finally, a follow is there. Another shot comes in. Karka out of position. Karka out of position, and Sweaty makes him pay.
Lovely read here from Sweaty. Steals it away. Ivan and Revezi, they've gone for boost. Neither of them come up with it. And as you say, Kaka at sea on the backboard. We've seen Limitless in this position before with significantly less time on the clock, and they have still lost that game. But now the ball off that left-hand side. Kaka plays it across. There's an opportunity here for Ivan off the backboard. Kaka up in the air. Revezi to follow through. Revezi all can't finish. A double commit from Limitless keeps them out for the moment. Is there another opportunity? Sweaty says no.
Ivan and Revezi looking for Kaka again.
No way!
How is that not in? But this one will be post and cross button eye on the first instance. But there has been an objection from Haywood Riz, and it's Ivan to punch his way through.
Well, yeah. You look at a play like that and you're like, if that doesn't go over the line for Haywood Riz, that is a mental killer right there. Because for all accounts, that is just luck that it doesn't. But they do find the goal. And almost the immediate second as well. Again, reminiscent of that game number 4. Ivan up in the air, over to the left-hand side, off that top corner, ball into the middle. There's an opportunity once again for Haywood Riz, pushed away by Tadai4. Limitless need to turn this into offense. And they can't really. Kaka sends it right back from whence it came. Ivan over the top. There's a miss on the goal line. And Haywood Riz, they allow Limitless to stay level with them.
And I completely agree with that phrasing as well. Haywood Riz are currently in complete control of this game. But simply the accuracy is lacking. Their efficiency in the final third is lacking. Kaka looking for the team here, but can only find the open space. The Haywood Riz have to regroup, and so do Limitless coming forward. Sweaty, way too easily stopped by Ivan. Can't get the outplay on one player. Tadai4 can't follow along behind either. Snowy, good little drop off there to Sweaty. Gets demoed for his trouble. Sweaty gets it to Tadai4 before that. That's a brilliant team play from Limitless, and that results in the second goal.
Oh, they needed that. Sweaty off the left-hand side. Finds Tadai4, cuts it back across for Revezi. It felt like he blocked every single angle in the goal except that one. He just could not get to a position where he could block the whole goal, and now Limitless, they are in control of this game. But once again, 30 seconds left on the clock. Haywood Riz have scored with less time, so they need to do it again. Revezi gets the 50. Kaka over on this right-hand side. I don't think Haywood Riz are going to be too stressed right now because this game has been close, as all of the others have. They know if the series continues in this vein, they feel like they will be able to get one of the next 3 games against Limitless. It doesn't look like it's going to be this one, especially with that clearance from Sweaty, as this ball picked up by Revezi, trying to keep it alive, but he just can't get under the ball. Limitless take game number 5, and they stay alive in the series.
Limitless have got all the support in the world behind them. They've got the entire region wanting them to win, wanting them to go to the grand finals. And they're using that force, they're using that energy that has been given to them. Still behind, of course, in the series. But now we go to Neo Tokyo. And Neo Tokyo, I mean, Rhino, you know it. I know it. We all know it. The graveyard of all dreams. But will it be the graveyard of this dream is the question.
Yeah, there's a lot of names it goes by. The graveyard of the 7-game series. As you say, the place of broken dreams. I like to call it the place where I go to find the best ramen in the city. But what will happen here? It's so good, man. Have you tried it? It's
oh man, thanks to ACGL, I've been able to try it. It's fantastic. It's succulent.
Oh, hate that one. Anyway, don't like the way it makes me feel. We have got a very serious game in front of us, Mark, and we've made a mockery of it. We've got Limitless versus Haywood Riz for a spot in the final against Foot Esports. Haywood Riz need one of the next 2. Limitless need to go perfect. Let's see if they can do it.
Let's see if Limitless can put forth another strong showing. Perhaps again, history on their side. You know what the first game score was in Open Qualifier 2 when they did get that 3-goal comeback against Haywood Riz? It was a 2-1 victory on Aquadome.
Wow.
Limitless, right here, 2-1 victory on Aquadome. Perhaps history does indeed repeat itself. if those that are the protagonists are doomed to forget it. Hey, with Riz, certainly forgot that loss, and now trying to make amends here on Neo Tokyo.
I mean, there is that way of thinking, or there's just ACGL put in the wrong tape for this one. You know, Ivan going over the top, finding the finish, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Hey, with Riz, they take the lead on Neo Tokyo. And Kaka just getting in the way of the defense, just making it difficult for them to read what's happening. 1-0 they go.
Limitless down by 1, not what the home faithful want to see. All the support in chat for Limitless, even from the parents and from the families. Big shout out to Sweaty and Snowy's mother in the Twitch chat, supporting their boys, trying to move them on, move them forwards, but the boys will need that energy to die for going forward. Beaten by Kartika in this instance.
He's going to try and break through as well. Ivan pushes it forward. Snowy makes the save. To die for pops the ball in the air. No boost to collect on the back lines. Could cost them. Does cost them. To die for finishes that one. Hey, with Riz left with empty tanks, empty stomachs, and empty dreams.
And it's something we've seen far too seldomly from To Die For in this year, I feel like. These sort of solo actions that were the base of his game in 2024 were nearly completely absent. He whips them out here at the most clutches of points, the most decisive of points. Did you get the equalizer here on Neo Tokyo? But still, it's only been 1 minute and 40 seconds. There's a lot of game left to be played in this sixth game between these two titans going at it. A loose ball going to the center, but the shot from Ivan is lacking.
How does Snowy not get bumped there? That's what I want to know. There's a player on the goal line. Looks like for all the world he's got Snowy dead to right. Double demo coming through. Ivan now sending it long. And you have to think that we've not had a Champions Field all weekend. It is, of course, the final weekend of this season for SSA. We deserve a Game 7. We deserve Champions Field. And not spoiling anything for later, but it feels like this is going to be the best opportunity we have at finding it. Ball off the crossbar twice, and Limitless can't convert.
Maybe a bit of equal justice from the universe with how many times Hey with Riz has been denied by the woodwork. To Die For, looking for bumps. Kartika, the ball spilling middle of the Snowy's shot is lacking. It's woeful. It's simply not good enough to get the lead here from Limitless. Both sides now with lacking shots.
Yeah, ball over the top. Ravezi can't get that moving forwards. It's Snowy now into Sweaty, moving down that right-hand side. Cleared away by Ivan. Taking the ball through, wanting the 50. Finds a demo. That's a good compromise. There's Karka now. Trying to clear this ball away. He's got one forwards. He's got Ivan on his right-hand side. Ivan goes by. I think it was just the bump. Maybe it was actually the demo, sorry, onto To Die For. There's an opportunity with a 3v2. Ball into the middle. Cleared away by Snowy. He will try and get this ball cleared down the right. Ravezi to block, gets another touch, but only finds To Die For, takes a shot. Oh, the redirect, it's going to miss. It hits the crossbar.
Oh my word. Hey with Riz, hang on by a thread at this moment. And I think what we said at this time about in game number 4, Hey with Riz looked at that point the more dominant team past the eye test, but right here Limitless looking very strong themselves, and this latter stages of game 6 looking like the team that is more likely to score the next goal. Snowy can't get it past Ivan. To Die For is trying to take control, trying to get it into calmer waters. Sweaty leaving all the boost behind him, only option is to yeet it forwards and hope for the best behind.
Ravezi doing well with limited boost. He still can't get the 50 onto Snowy. Always seems to find a way through to Snowy. When there's a player in front of him, he still gets the ball beyond. It's now Karka off the left side. Demo from Sweaty, trying to get it middle. Ravezi will get the clearance. Karka and Ivan not sure about who's going to go. In the end, it will be an opportunity for Limitless. Off the right-hand side, another demo comes through on the back lines. Hey with Riz, forced into their defensive position, and I heard a sharp intake of breath from my co-caster for a moment, but Sweaty did have the boost to get back.
just about the shot. I thought there was a better shot coming, honestly, from Hey with Riz, because that's what the series has told me. Hey with Riz's shots have been sublime. To die for, that's a dangerous game that he's playing. That could have pinched anywhere and with any speed. Luckily for him, it wasn't too quick. And suddenly, hang on, Limitless, another 0 seconds, heroic goal. No, not this time. Overtime it is.
Big demo to deny that as well, because we know Limitless loves 0 seconds. So Hey with Riz doing the smart thing, taking it into overtime, ball into the middle. Ivan can only play it into the corner. Revezi sat way back. Karka going to have to make the challenge. And boy, does he. Revezi, a demo onto his opponent. Karka goes over the top, looking to finish this one. Double touch to die for, reads it off the backboard.
Snowy still lacking boost, still from that original boost, still from Revezi. Snowy not in a good position. Caught was a low boost as well. Karka keeping the ball in the orange half. Karka going forward, looking for the mid pass down to Revezi. Revezi for the kill shot. Revezi for the grand finals.
Bump on the goal line. Watch this on the replay. Karka comes through off the right-hand side. It pinches out middle, and Karka follows the man, and Sweaty gets sent to the side. Hey with Riz finish the game on Neo Tokyo, the place of broken dreams. That's exactly what it comes to. No game 7 for now, which can only mean one thing. We're destined for one in the grand final, right? That's the copium that I'm going to be huffing for a little while. Karka able to get the MVP for that one. And you look down the list here of the statistics. Hey with Riz probably deserved it.
I would say... overall, over the entire length of the series, I think there was more Hey with Riz's than it was Limitless's. That being said, I think Limitless, without Snowy's resolve in Game 3, Limitless lose this one way earlier. Limitless able to instill a lot of belief in themselves via Snowy. Then you see Sweaty shine, you see To Die For shine. But in the end, I think ultimately the class of Hey with Riz shone brightest and gave Limitless a little bit too much.
Well, that was unfortunate. Dear, we were sweating in the green room there, Pyro, Bromeo, and I, and oh man, to me, the moment for me was Game 1. If I go all the Limitless looked fantastic in Game 1. They came out attacking like they did against 77 blocks yesterday, and over the course of that game and the minute or so of overtime, Limitless had 14 shots to just 4 from Hey with Riz, and they went and lost by 1 game, and that's a tough thing to come back from. And for me, if they win that game, I think they come close to taking the series in a sweep, maybe. But for me, that was, I don't know, Bromeo, that for me was a big moment in that series early on.
It was a huge moment, and we were speaking before the game and saying, most of these encounters have ended in sweeps one way or the other, and taking the early game is always tough for either side, but kudos must be given to both for staying in it. And it was such a tense game, and I wish I had better words to describe it, because heartbreaking for Limitless, given the fact that I think that they played really well. I just think Hey with Riz played better today.
They did. And I mean, Mark Fish was saying, over the course of the entire series, the fact that they won more games definitely counts in their favor. And but there were, there were so many points of frustration where Limitless were taking a lead and then they would kind of give up the lead. But that 0-second goal, what was that, game 3 or 4? They got the 0-second goal and won it in the overtime. But just a very close series. In 6 games, 4 of them, Rhino, 4, count them, went to overtime.
Oh, absolutely. And that's exactly what we love about this game, right? Is that it's on a knife's edge for that entire time when you've got 2 teams that match up so closely together, like we saw here with Riz and Limitless do there. It spells magic. It spells absolute chaos as well. That's exactly what we saw. 4 overtimes. Though we extended the series a little bit longer. Maybe we did get a 7-game series in time by the end of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, 4 overtimes tells you all you need to know about that series. It was so tight.
We have come to the final series, the last series of Rlcs SSA for the 2025 season. I cannot believe we are here already, but here we are. We're going to let Hayworth Riz take a little bit of break, get themselves ready for the grand final, for their big showdown with Foot Esports, and we shall bring it all to you play by play after a short break. acgl.gg/vote. Driver of the day. The vote is open. Go and cast and make your vote now, unless you believe your driver is to come in the grand final. And grand final of SSA RLCS 2025 season is here. We are a minimum of 4, but a maximum of 7 games away from the end of our season. And it has been a season, Romeo, of very mixed emotions and highs and a lot of lows, and I welcome the end of the season with some relief, with some sadness, with a lot of mixed emotions.
I think there's a lot to take from this season. There's some good, there's some definite bad, but overall, you know, heading into the last final of the last weekend of this season, I think there is also a lot to be happy about. And but we'll obviously have a lot to be happy about today and looking to end on a perfect note. But I also believe that so many teams here have also played far better than what we thought they were capable of. We're talking about your Genesixes, Death Clouds, all of the teams who we didn't give any credit to reach this tier. I think this has been a season of improvement, and I am so proud of so many teams that have elevated themselves. So yes, this is a final now between Foot and Hayworth Riz, but definitely thinking about every single team who's made it this far.
Foot Esports coming up against Hayworth Riz for the grand final. Chat vote is open. Final chat vote of the season. Hashtag HEY. Hashtag FUT. Have your say as we break it down and take you into that grand final. And I mean, we had a discussion, a brief discussion before the Labosh game against Foot, and we were all kind of very clear at pretty much writing off Labosh, but they came out swinging. They looked good. They looked like there was a strategy. It worked well in game 1. Are we feeling the same with Hayworth Riz, or is there some difference there, Macht?
I think Hayworth Riz perhaps have got a bit of a better shot than Labosh did. Hayworth Riz, of course, not unfamiliar with this situation. Have been in the final here against Foot Esports in Open Qualifier 4, and have been taking 2 games against Foot Esports in their final, both of which they've kept Foot Esports without scoring a single goal. So certainly Hayworth Riz, I think player-wise, are the closest to Foot in terms of skill. It's just a question of bringing it onto the pitch, and that is the difficult one, right? That's always going to be the biggest challenge against Foot. It's necessary that on paper Foot is the best team, but on the pitch they are just so in sync, and that's what makes them so dangerous.
Not the first time they're meeting in the grand final, and Hay have taken games of Foot, and I don't know what that counts for, Rhino, but it's got to count for something.
It gives them confidence. I've talked about it before. The moment that you are able to beat a team once, you know that is a possible thing to do. Not many teams can say that they've done that against Foot. So it's a mental barrier that you're able to get over in that first instance. You've got to do that 4 times, which is the difficult thing, right? You've now taken a game off them. You've got to go that one step further. It's a very difficult thing to do, but Hayworth Riz are a better positioned team to do that than most other people in this Open.
So do they do it this time? You're going to predict Hayworth Riz, or are you going to predict Foot?
Listen, if Machtfish can go for 77 blocks for every prediction, I can go with the guy on an Englishman on their team. Give me Hayworth Riz for the grand final. I'll be patriotic for a moment. Let's go.
All right, Machtfish, the voice of reason, apparently. So, what you got?
Not that. Well, I've got Foot Esports. I've got to go with the history makers, because let's not forget, if Foot win this one, they would be the first team in RLCS SSA history to win every event of a year, and I think they're good enough to do it here against Hayworth Riz. 4-2.
All right, Bromeo, we're out of time. Let's have your quick prediction.
Out of 22 games played, Foot have taken 15 of them, and Hayworth Riz have taken 7. That is why I'm picking Hayworth Riz to take it.
And I, oh my goodness gracious. Well, you know what? Why not? With 3% of the chat vote, they need our support on the desk. I'm here for the chaos and the upset. Hayworth Riz for me. Let's go and do it one more time. The final of RLCS SSA 2025. Hayworth Riz up against 5-time champions Footy Sport.
Macht said it himself. Foot just one series away from the first perfect season in SSA history. 5 opens, they've stood atop it all and look to close it out now before heading to the Raleigh Major and to Worlds. In their way, looking for retribution after a 4-1 loss in the upper bracket is the strongest Hayworth Riz side that we have seen. Everyone has had their chance to challenge the best, and all have fallen short. Still, there has to come a day when even the Titans will fall. Either way, history will be made here tonight. Here to close out the season is myself and Pyro J.
Lovely to be here in the booth with y'all, Altruism. And yeah, it is another grand finals of these two teams right here. Hayworth Riz gotta be feeling good because they have taken down Limitless once and now have done it again in a tussle for the ages in what that semifinals was. But here we are. Another chance for them to take on those Titans that you say one day have to fall. Could today be that day?
Well, I mean, this is why I said Hayworth Riz is looking as good as they ever have. They've beaten 77 blocks. They've beaten Limitless all in the same weekend that they get another shot at the title. And so considering yesterday VK Salen said that the only ones that they were really worried about were 77 blocks, suddenly now they do have a new opposition that they are challenged by. Hayworth Riz holding steady in the first minute of the game with a little bit of a breakaway now, but easily picked up with Torres and looking for a teammate on the side, but Kaka free to take a shot.
Really curious to see how Foot operate in this first game because we've seen them in one series today and it was only game 1 of that series that they didn't look that great, and it was Torres in this car, the best car, that they failed to win that game. So they're trying it again. They're running it back, and they're going to see if they can get better results.
Well, the last time it did come to their detriment, and we'll see now if they regret it or, again, forced into taking the game as seriously. Torres back up in the air, finds Kaka with no teammates following up behind him. Kaka maintains possession just until Torres challenges nice and early, and this is something we have seen from Foot time and time again. They cramp up their opposition, they give them no space, and then they're ready to slam the ball home as soon as you make any mistake.
Yeah, and even still with all that pressure, Hayworth Riz, they've got the foresight. There's always a player with full boost, it seems, ready to take on that aerial just as quickly as Foot do, especially demonstrated with that touch from Karka. Probably wanted a higher touch on the first one, so he could follow it up on the ceiling. Ivan unable to defeat the 2 of Foot that were up there at it. Torres on the descent, able to get one tap at the logo. And, oh, that's a great beat from Revezi, actually. Ivan may want to get efficiently towards the net here. Waits for the ball to reach the bottom instead. Pops it high for VK to put away.
Still composure being held by both sides. Up into the air, Leoro cuts back behind the vision of his opposition and so able to send it down to the corner. They emerge victorious from it as well. VK Salen with the boost just avoids the demo that claims his teammate Leoro. Still possession firmly in the hands of Foot and looking to take it a long way. They both at 2. It's a cattywampus in the back line here for Hayworth Riz, and Foot going to take full advantage.
The fangs have been brought out, fierce as ever, our Footy Sports, and it's all off the back of Torres with that flip pass too.
Well, it is certainly not an unexpected first goal here going towards Foot Esports, but it was certainly a bright moment for them when everything just aligned. Hayworth Riz, I was saying they looked so composed the whole way through. They were making their nice forays into their opponent's half and, you know, certainly challenging, holding what looked to be a steady defense. And then they just commit 2 on the halfway line. You cannot afford mistakes like this against a team that has punished everyone else for just the same and more. So again, once more, consternation in the back line. Do emerge once more with it. And Ivan, though, gives it away off the cheap touch, manages to follow it down, creates some width. But Foot quick to the ball.
Ooh, Leoro, I like the pinch idea. Probably didn't get as much power as they were in search of. DK able to get that around and over to the corner. Torres headhunting, chips. Vezi gets towards the goal line and, yeah, keeps guardianship of it. But hey, with Riz spending plenty of time on defense, just haven't found that safe route away. Leoro keeps the pressure on around the corner. Speed Demon past 3 and almost the bad touch from Karka that ends up in their own net. Karka has more to offer outside of that. Air dribble bump in the way of Torres. VK Sailing cuts it off for Vezi towards the net. Leaves it for Ivan. Shots there and through. They've tied it up.
With that jump originally, I didn't know if Revezi was actually trying to make a concerted effort at this, but maybe the call came out late from Ivan. I've got this. I'm in the position. No one's home. And Haywood Riz, with just over 60 seconds left, managed to bring themselves back into game number 1. Good look at the finish, but they're going to have to worry immediately in reply. Torres off the kickoff.
It doesn't get much more heartbreaking than this. Perseverance paid off. Haywood Riz finally score after defending for nearly the whole game. And then they let up a kickoff goal for the score to remain nearly the same. They've got a minute to turn it back around.
Now, Pyroja, I'm interested as to how you've been watching this game. It seemed like Haywood Riz, maybe it's just the psychological torment that's come in and haunting them from the series before, but they seem to be almost snatching at the ball. They're grouping up a little bit too much and not giving themselves the width along the field and the space that they need to work with. Being easily hounded down in towards their own half time and time again. Final 30 seconds, they're still looking for that extra one to take us to an overtime. Karka's got a dribble going, but cut off mid-flight by Leoro.
Oh no, wide open. Torres, Leoro, just watch it go in. Might as well take credit. Tell you what, you mentioned Hay with Riz a bit congested on the field. Unfortunately for them, they had nobody on the line. Save that one.
Yeah, absolutely no deterrent in the last. And with that one demo, maybe they expected that to be covered a little bit better, but it really is up to Leoro to just snatch that away completely unnecessarily, padding the stats for next season perhaps, and we'll find out for them. But this game all but decided. 10 seconds left, a clanger up onto the corner, 2 players jump for it and leaves it for VK Salem to put in a fourth. The Where Our contest, where it seemed to be so hotly undecided for so long of the game, it always seems to be Foot who's putting in that nail and a couple more for good measure.
About an hour or so ago, I casted Foot Esports versus Bosch, and I feel like I've just continued casting that match because Foot Esports, they get a goal, they get 2, and then they just break away with it. It feels like fate that Foot Esports stretch on with their lead towards the end of the game as they do there in game 1, starting the series off right.
It's interesting that you draw back to that La Bosch series, because something that did stick out to me from that was Foot is not necessarily looking like the indomitable, untouchable, the enemies that don't bleed against their opponents anymore. They tend to give up a couple of goals here or there, and in fact, even games in that last series. So there may still be opportunities for Haywood Riz, some great passes that they've manufactured. They just didn't have enough of those. They didn't spend enough time on the other side of the field.
Right. They got that one chance there at the minute mark to score, and you just need at least maybe that chance to stretch to an OT or better defense. For me, this series comes down to the defense. Foot Esports, they are the best disruptors in the league right now. It is part of why they rack up the scoreline again and again, because they just wither down the opponents until there's truly nothing left, whether that's fuel, members on the field, or just spirits, right? Mental. It's all eroded. So Foot Esports have begun in that disruption play exactly how they wanted to, Altruism, for game 1.
Yeah, there's a cold, calculating nature towards how Foot approaches any of these games. And you talk about withering down your opponents. Everyone kind of flourishes in the spring. They get their moments in the sunshine and then deciduously lose their leaves as that cold embrace takes them. We go into game number 2, seeing if Haywood Riz have got another season or 2 behind them to try and get some regrowth as they try and close out the season and lock in at least one game for our targetor. Foot is going to put a kibosh on this. What a pass towards Torres, who is just waiting around in the center.
Never ending for these guys. VK Salen able to threaten really any touch with that sidewall read, and it pulls in the defenders, opens up the gaps in front of the net for that first goal.
First goal, 12 seconds. And it comes down to what you were saying there, Pyro. It's about the defense. No. You cannot let a ball just drop down from the heavens towards your net uncontested, and certainly cannot afford to let that even more guided shots that Foot tends to put in anywhere close to your net. Have to make these early challenges, and it's a good run of play here from here with Riz to find it to the corner, but Torres in complete control. VK Salen just behind him to reinforce, and decides to pick up a casualty along the way through there. So hey with Riz with work to do and diminished resources to do it.
It is that continual reminder from Foot Esports that you're never safe. Doesn't matter whether you're backing off on defense or hanging out in the midfield with some boost. You can still get flipped into and extinguished from the field, as he does a pretty good job of getting rid of that chance from Foot Esports. Flip reset off for Doe and Ivan on the half flip. Can he get there in time? Yes, just barely. Hey, with Riz, they've had moments of being caught out on defense, but Ivan would not allow it there.
And again, you can see mechanics forced out for what should be rather routine procedures, and balls just forced to the corner as opposed to taking control of when your opponents are off the target. So Hayworth Riz with work to do. Gets it controlled down. Ivan looking to take it up high, but VK's jump is quick to the task. Gravesi pulls two into the air. It keeps going with some momentum towards the net. No one are ready to take that next shot. Neither of them expected that to be a bit of a breakaway opportunity. Instead, it goes missing once more. Kaka looking for the 50, but it's always popped up high and out of reach here by Foot.
It's so funny that Foot Esports aren't punished for their mistakes, because nobody's expecting it. Meanwhile, Foot Esports are always ready for these gaps in defense. Revezi and Ivan caught up in the same position with no one behind them.
That's what I kind of alluded to in game number one. Hayworth Riz is a good team. Their rotations tend to be clean, but they're just shaken a little bit, it seems. I don't know if it's just the reputation that Foot has built for themselves now, and Hayworth Riz trying out a new game style that they're not comfortable with, but they're forcing it. They're letting these balls drop down. No one going up to challenge that, and VK Salen takes all the time in the world to put in a training pack shot, but the pass rarely has to be the one given credit to. Torres finds his teammates, and no chance for anyone to intercept that. Up by 3 in the first half.
And unfortunately for Hayworth Riz, you can't really allow a player from Foot Esports to be cherry picking like that, right? Torres full boost in your domain before the ball's even there, and then redirecting it to a teammate. You've got to stake your claim. You got to let Foot Esports know this is your zone, and you're not going to get away with that. We've got away with a lot of crazy goals this game, but this one might be the weirdest.
Trying to actually figure out. Wow, we'll go with the calculated team pinch on that one. Beautiful redirect there. But Foot, maybe that's not how you would expect that you would need to consistently put on goals that look like that if you are going to take this off Foot. But it does at least bring us back within 2. Still spark of life here in game number 2 for Hayworth Riz.
It's one of those goals where you know you can't count on those plays, but you'll take them where you get them.
Every
right?
time.
You just got to stack success on those moments. So what can they do moving forward? Have to track from behind. Oh, there's a clear miscommunication from Hay. I think the last defender might have had this. This was from Ivan's point of view, but Karka, well, he just went for it.
And I mean, there were 2 players who went for the original jump out of the corner. Again, it's we got to rush into these plays. We know that the Spaniards love to play so fast, but at the end of the day, some composure needs to come in there. You'd rather play, what a save from Ivan at the end. I think it might be academic, but I mean, even there, 2 players desperately crossing paths across the goal mouth just shows a lack of, I don't want to say maturity, because these players have been in the series or this region for so long that you would expect them to be calibrated to this.
Well, it is the same team that we just watched go toe-to-toe against Limitless in a very fast-paced environment, but now you see Foot Esports just rushing ahead of all of that. Yeah. They set a different tempo, and that is further illustrated by all 3 players here for the party, right in front of the net for their 5th goal.
look at the beams on their players' faces throughout this. They knew that was just a moment to revel in the freedom that they were gifted there. Hayworth was again just diving a couple people too many forward, and it's a little heartbreaking because we know that this Hayworth Riz, when they showcase their own personal skills, are amazing to watch. And even now, Ivan pushes it wide after doing all the hard work to get it up to the goal mouth. This is a team that should not be beaten 6-1 at the stage.
Oh, not whatsoever. But the thing to keep in mind about Foot Esports is, yeah, they have their eyes on winning every grand final in this region in the competition. I mean, VK Say and Leoro are looking at a 9th grand final victory here in RLCS SSA when you incorporate this in the last season. But ultimately, Altruism, they got their eyes on the major. They got their eyes on the world. And if they want to send a message, they will do it just like this.
I mean, it is one thing to say for the South African spot, the SSA spot going to the Raleigh Major into World. So far, no team has been able to beat an opposition. And if anyone could, Foot has certainly put on a showcase that when they are allowed to play their game, they can challenge both defensively and offensively any challenges thus far. So going in with as much momentum as they could want, certainly a better showing in the regionals than last year. They will have at least a lot more of a chance and a lot more expectations on their shoulders.
It's just unrelenting here. All 3 players were set up for another goal from Foot Esports. They're not going to get it that time around. Torres ensures that Hay remain at 1. Ivan next. One play. Past the defender. Flip reset over to Leo. It's the give and go. VK Salen says, I'm going to call you up. I'm going to take it instead. Back to you, Leoro. A lot of given time to Foot Esports to each and every touch. Torres goes for the psycho play because why wouldn't you? Redirect to the other side will reach the ground. Game 2 well in favor for Foot.
And again, it comes down to those defensive mishaps, the spacing across the field in general, the double commits into a ball that was an optimistic stop in the first place, and instead not leaving anything in the bank. It's all or nothing on the table with every movement, it feels like, from Hayworth Riz. And I mean, they're getting the goals. 1 or 2 per game is all you can really hope for in a reliable series against Foot Esports for any of our squads. And yet Hayworth Riz, you're never getting 6 back. So the first job, as you said after game number 1, is firstly just secure your baseline and make sure that you've got at least some sort of narrow margin to aim towards.
I was taking a look at the last season's version of this game, Altruism, and I was like, how did that one go when Foot Esports were Team Mobula and you had Rubik's on the team against Limitless? It was the grand finals. That was a 4-1. Limitless had taken game 2, and that was it. Some people expected Limitless to be in this position. It's Hay instead. And in order to meet that benchmark, they're going to have to win at least one of these next 2 games to meet that mark of getting some chip damage on this team. But as we've seen from a lot of the squads here in RLCS SSA, it is nearly impossible. And with this goal disparity right now, Altruism, it doesn't look likely.
Not likely at all. And so I hope to see the team that beat Limitless manage to step up right now. Otherwise, I feel like Limitless would have been better suited. They've got such good composure, and then there would have been the chance of staying at the end that Limitless have won the Open. But right now, I don't see myself really putting together the sentence, Hayworth Riz have defeated Foot at any stage right now, as they currently are. That being said, lots of the series still to go. 2 more games is what's required by Foot, and I would be hard-pressed to believe that Hayworth Riz can't take even a single off them.
Yeah, that is the challenge for Hayworth Riz this game, is to give people a chance to believe that saying a sentence like that is even possible. 6-1, 4-1, those are your game scores. What other damage will be done by Foot Esports? Torres already looking to sink the first. Having to give it up to Leoro this time, but staying near the net. Can't quite flip towards the ball in time to get it in. VK Salen next up to keep the possession moving. As he challenged by Leoro, Torres setting up for the double off the corner. Doesn't quite get it. VK Salen pre-jumping the clear. Is there any way out right now for Hay?
Or they're going to have to go the long way around. Kaka challenged even in his own corner as he looks to manufacture an escape route. VK Salen diving towards the left has given Torres work to do, but he comes away with such confidence, not just into the corner, but pops it out. But starting to close in around them. They're sensing this intentionality from Torres to find the center. Nothing coming this time as Ivan and Kaka link up, committing to the same route. Neither comes away with it. Pop over the top. Leoro takes a shot, and Ivan has had to do so much work in the back line, and even more is going to be required soon enough.
Last time, Hey with Riz made this many saves, perseverance paid off with just a brilliant moment on the other side of the field. Right now, it's just Rafezi to save this shot from VK Salen. It won't go.
Hey with Riz always asking, can we get close to the score lines of their opposition? And now trail by 1, hold steady for 2 minutes, and looking a little bit better, at least in their structure across the field. But for now, Foot, it seems to always be inevitable. They take the lead, they take the goal up. Now it's up to Ivan, once more relegated to that third man role, being chased down by Leoro, who gives him space in the corner. But it's just because Torres was waiting for the next one, and they turn it back towards the goals. Double bounce off the crossbar, off the uprights, has given Hey with Riz a bit of breathing room, but with no air in their tanks, no gas to draw on. And they turn this back. Oh, optimistic.
I mean, it's been suffocating from Foot Esports. I don't know where they're finding the oxygen to even still keep those engines purring. But that's halfway points. Another ripper towards the net, and VK Salen. Well, when he approached the shot, we knew where that ball would end up.
Gained 2 players from Hey with Riz chasing the ball, just trying to get in the way, but Foot realizing when you're playing against lower level players, you can kind of predict where they're going to try and pinch it out. It's always going towards the corner, up and around, but Foot have this innate ability to just manufacture new angles, break the laws of geometry when they're going to be pressured, and you cut off enough players, enough angles. Not when it comes to Foot. They always know one more spot, even if they have to remove you along the way and put in the shots. Leoro gets gifted a line straight towards the goals, and you can see Rafezi was the next one for the challenge, and Leoro, he puts the pressure on Ivan. Desperate dive and the follow through.
I mean, you talked about creating new angles for Foot Esports. If you're Leoro, how are you reading the double off the crossbar? I get that you could have an idea of where it's going, but to be in perfect position to then slot the shot to the other side where the defense isn't, I don't know, man. You've got the code locked in of this game. VK Salen wanted to make that one happen, but it was a dream not so far away. They'll get another try at the net here. Shot gets a little bit far and out to the wide end. Foot Esports back on the prowl, though. Leoro and, the whole team up for it. And guess what, Altruism? It doesn't matter because it's in the Hayes net.
You know what? When you've got this much in the bank behind you, you can afford to throw a couple of risky chips onto the table and just see how it pans out. And yet it all seems to come up aces for Foot Esports as they pick up a fourth once more, this time not by any problematic defensive lines, and forced back in. You know, Ivan, he's been set back on his heels the entirety of the game. Now he decides to take a step forward, up off the wall himself, and then curves it. A little bit of a fortuitous bounce there off the upright, but you know what? The more you practice, the luckier you get.
1% luck, 99% skill. Ivan, that was flawless off the kickoff. Unbelievable pass up the wall to grab the boost and then beat every player. So rare that something like that happens. But even with those perfect plays, Altruism, it's a fraction of what Foot can do.
I mean, Ivan does exactly the right job, goes for the corner. Rafezi cutting it a little bit short means that he doesn't have the reaction speed. And you kind of mentioned it in one of the previous series, I think it was the Little Bosch series. These two teams, I think, would be a lot more fun to watch on the same ping because you can see how Foot has got that extra bit of time to react towards the plays. They're going through the air. That's a nice jump, at least. But unfortunately, again, third man not there. That's not a ping issue right there. But there have been a couple of moments where Foot have had ungodly reaction speeds that their opponents just don't have the time to react to.
Yeah. Listen, especially for anyone that's maybe watching RLCS SSA for the first time, there's a few things that you just wouldn't expect, and that's 5 Spaniards and an Englishman on the grand finals pitch for this region, and that is 3 of them playing with over 160 ping. But that's the reality we're here with, and Foot Esports get every advantage with that quick reaction time and that great connection into the server, as you mentioned there, Alt. So is it enough connection for them to get the 7-1? Nearly it was with the reset play from Torres.
And yet you have to give credit to someone like Ivan there. He doesn't have the luxury of reacting to that. He has to preempt that. And even with VK's creativity towards the end of that play, dropping it down as opposed to taking the high shots, Ivan still reacts to it, and he's done it a couple of times. Now with a bit of space, flips it up. Revezi dives deep to get the boost, and so therefore not able to follow up on the aggression. Ivan looking for the checkout here on Torres, and got Revezi to try and find some height, but always that ball around the side, just cleanly and calmly read by Foot, and they're going to take a second game in a row, up 6-1.
Yeah, that is another very strong win from Foot Esports. Zero doubts towards this team. Made today in Championship Sunday in this open where they've only dropped a couple games. You consider the last event where it was a completely undefeated open 5. They've looked nearly flawless, and for every reason, every mark, they've done so. They're even a team on Trism who went to game 5s in the Swiss stage of the International Major in Birmingham, right? This is a team who has their sights set on further glory.
Yeah, and they're putting on the strongest performance. You know, we always talk about everyone else and how they've improved, but Foot themselves are sitting at a level that's incomparable to last year, it feels like. I mean, we wouldn't have expected 6-1 victories in the finals against anyone last year, and yet these guys are doing it not just once, but consistently time and time again, regardless of who their challengers are that step up. So Foot is looking like a team that has the ability to break away, and the creativity that we keep coming back to so often is showcased in their ability to not just have one style of play that is easy to start countering out or adjusting to. They have the ability to start linking. I mean, some of those cherry picker plays, the best teams in the world put those on the highlight reel. So it's nice to see that Foot, at least while they will be carrying the flag for the region, are going to be doing so with the skills to back it up, at least.
The skills are there. That anyone could agree with. And so they look to demonstrate those skills here in game number 4. 5 minutes of car soccer left to crown themselves the winners of this region.
And Graybeard did ask the question kind of earlier in the day was, what is the... Please tell me Alvin's going to be able to get to that. Oh, no, the pop back! Oh, that is cheeky. But again, just such a sign of the awareness of the goal's not secured right now. We're going to change it up. And VK Salen, after the demo, through a puff of smoke, is half a second to make that play happen. And he pops it up with the communication with his teammates. It's great Rocket League at the end of the day.
I even got transported to a different dimension in that play. He had no idea where he was after that back pass, other than the back of his net where it's impossible to save the ball. Talked so much about the creativity altruism. It is once again on display. Foot Esports are going to show all the cards they have and what they believe to be this final game, including a redirect from Torres, a perfect chip from Leoro into the top corner.
Put as many goalkeepers on the line as you want for something like this. You are not stopping that transition. And Torres has been such an influential member of that. You see him often not scoring the most out of the team, but his assists are on point. And the score sheets that we keep coming back to before a game, they don't show how clean those are, or, you know, how difficult he makes it for his opposition. He actually makes it almost unsavable, and the easiest job in the world for the teammates is VK Salen nearly finds his own net out as a result of that demo.
This is what I'm talking about. Foot Esports, they got no boost, trying to play defense on transition, and they're not punished for it. And here on another possession from Foot Esports, I bet every player is in the front third. Yup, you've got to punish this. Ivan giving it a chance. There it is. Cross-court air dribble reset. That is all they have needed this whole time on an overbearing attack from Foot.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Foot is going to start showing some hubris. They're going to start overstepping because they haven't been punished for it until now. And when Hayworth Riz actually takes cognizance of that and adapts, finds that breakaway, and then keeps the speed up that's requisite, considering your opponent's clean rotations, you have the opportunity, you get the goals you need. And even now, with Foot pushing up, Leora only just able to make it back. If Hayworth Riz had been a little more fortuitous, I think, more than speedy on that attempt. Oh, Kaka! That was a beautiful shot, but not exactly where you wanted to put that, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was ready to applaud the player that hit that ball. And yeah, then I realized it had a blue trail. Not ideal for Hayworth Riz. It sort of goes back to that previous point of what Hayworth Riz have to do to punish the overbearing attack of Foot Esports. It's if you can punish them. And in many scenarios, they make it impossible.
Yeah, punishing implies that there's a mistake somewhere along the lines. And when you're going through this, I mean, Leoro has been a character that we've seen, out of good nature, of course, snatching goals that might not have belonged to him. The goal certainly wasn't Torres's, but Leoro wasn't going to give it that chance anyway. Was involved with it, removes his teammate from it, and now decides to hand it back, gives a one off to BK Salin. And look at this, Torres playing third man is still within the box.
No, I'd love to dive into the analytics of this series because I don't think I have ever seen a third man push so far up the field. We talk about suffocating Rocket League. There's no reservoir of oxygen anywhere on this field for Hayworth Riz. They are panting just to get air. VK is going to go up in the air for yet another attack. And Ivan, if you can get a touch out to Karka, this is a goal. Karka a little slow to it, but there it is. Again, a wide open field if they can get to the orange half.
This, we have chatted to people like VK Salin and Leoro after the games in their interviews. We've asked them, what is the one part of their game that they could shore up a little bit? I believe that this is something they need to be aware of, is that against the teams at Raleigh Major and against the teams of the Worlds, there are not going to be as many opportunities where you're going to get away. They're going to punish you far quicker on the counterattacks, and you need to be able to play a game style where you don't have the freedom to push all three forwards.
Yeah, it is a level of disrespect that we are seeing out of Foot Esports. Not a disrespect that I'm upset about. Like, it's a level of disrespect that they know they can pull off because they trust each other to that extent, like no other team does. So let's see if they hold on to it here in what could be the final game, especially if they score on this possession. Torres getting up to Karka's attempted clear. Now Leoro just sets it up high. There's a demo near the line, and that's going to be too easy to complete.
Again, it's just this awareness off the ball as well. Ivan actually hunted that. He abandons his own nets to take out Torres in the corner. Not sure if he was aware of the touch by Leoro, but that seemed almost personal at the end. If we can't take the win, we will take your life.
So be it. Revezi, though, the ceiling resets. Oh, it's still not enough. VK Salin denies. Says, no, the clip making is only for us. Or, hey, with Riz, if you want to score on your net again, be my guest. But we will have full control of this game.
This game and all the others of the season. But just 60 seconds away now from securing themselves a place in the history books as the first team to ever take an SSA regional, both or all 6 of the opens for themselves, uncontested. I mean, what a title that you're looking to carry forwards. They're going to go all the way down long. There's already 2 players chasing this. Revezi does well to cut it off, but Academic, 3 goals in 45 seconds is all that will deny this for now.
And Foot Esports talked about them being masters of burning the clock. Not so much. They're much better at just scoring more goals and elongating the inevitable. Kark on no boost. It's a weak clear. He's back up for another touch and able to string along this game just a little bit farther. Torres keeps it out of the orange end as they have all series long.
Well, it's not going to be the same ratio as previously. 6-1, 6-1, now 6-2 on the board. Foot may try and make up for it in the last 17 seconds to get themselves an extra one to pad the stats, but there is a reason why their numbers don't lie when it comes to any face-off against any team in the region. They just punish relentlessly and mercilessly whenever they go up against any opposition, regardless of the stage.
And I think Leoro's taking a deserved break. He's been demoed as he was AFK for the last 12 seconds. Hey, there he is. Demos will be maybe the only points that Hey with Riz exceed in this series. For now, Foot Esports are your undisputed champions of RLCS SSA. 6 Grand Finals victories this season, 9 in a row for VK Salen and Leoro.
And even at the end there, you saw on the cameras Armonic walking around, tapping his players on the shoulders. VK Salen stands up before the final whistle even goes off. This is a team that has set themselves a goal, and they've achieved it. Every step of the way was confident and assured. They managed to take this convincingly as possible. So we head back to the panel with some optimistic hearts broken, I'm sure, as a lot of gumption shown towards backing Hey with Riz, but for naught at the end of it. Graybeard.
Well, you know what? I would say don't be ridiculous. You can't kill a heart that's been dead for a while.
So positive. Such a good ending. Wow.
But yeah, well, there you have it. It is Foot Esports who are regional champions once again. 6 on the trot. They've done them all. Big congratulations to them. And that was the final for 2025. And yeah, there's not much we can say coming out of that series. It was as clinical as we've ever seen Foot. They went out there and did the work. And Bromeo, how much analysis have you prepared for the breakdown of that series?
So what I noticed from this game that we watched very intently is that Foot played good Rocket League, and they won. And I did notice that they did it in a convincing fashion, most like the games that they have done in the past. So statistically speaking, that is along the lines of what they have been doing so far this season.
I want to butt in and say one thing because, well said, because plainly and truly that is the case. But I don't think I've ever seen a grand finals with that kind of field domination. I've got to get the stats later on that because that may be a stat that holds the test of time.
I think these guys epitomize what Mark's secret hidden strategy was more than any other. We score more goals than our opposition. And they did it time and time again. They just kept applying that same strategy, and it apparently works.
All right. Well, there we have it. It is. I have a question that occurred to me halfway through this series. I mean, we're a long way away from the next season of RLCS. And I mean, there is a world and there is a possibility that we might have seen. I say this with great trepidation, but have we seen the last of Snowy in an RLCS broadcast? Ultras, I don't know, but I mean, I think we're in a world where that is possible.
I think it's possible, but also knowing Snowy's tenacity, he wouldn't want to go out at anything other than the top. And when we chatted to him yesterday, he was going, we don't foresee any big changes to the Limitless roster. So I believe that this guy is at the heart of Rocket League in this region. And I think I would still be very sad to see him go. This year, he stepped up in a completely new way. And he showed that the old dog can run with the young pack as much as he needs to and make such an impact on this. So Limitless wouldn't be the same. I think that there are obviously so many other great rosters that could be formed with those players. You guys all highlighted those at the beginning of the broadcast today. But Snowy's still a great player, and I think he's one of the best shots of our teams retaking the region for an SSA team.
All right, well, we're going to go to an interview. Ultrasm and Rhino Cast will be interviewing Torres, and from the room next door, I am going to ask the first question. 3 out of 4 people on the desk put a roster together in a 2/3 scenario of guns to die for with Torres. So, Torres, first question for you. What do you think about teaming up with Guns and to die?
I mean, I prefer my team right now. So, yeah, that's obvious. But I don't know. Like, Gans is pretty good. He's probably the best South African prospect besides Limitless team. And yeah, to die for seems pretty good too. So yeah, I don't know. Like it's possible, not possible, but yeah. Hypothetically,
the invitation is apparently there. Yeah. Hypothetically, just if there is some sort of 2/3 rule introduced in the future, you know that we've already drafted you a team sitting waiting for you on this side. But for now, we have no idea what the next year is going to look like. What we do know, you guys have again secured yourselves the ticket to Raleigh, to Worlds. You guys have been enjoying South Africa. You've talked about going to the beach and exploring Cape Town, etc. When do you leave at this stage, and how much time of what's left in the preparation are you going to spend now dedicated to your craft and trying to be as prepared as possible for those competitions?
I mean, we're leaving like on Wednesday, I think. So yeah, from Thursday to the major, and then when the major finished, to Worlds. You know, we are going to try and grind a lot. But like I don't know what they are thinking, but yeah, me personally, I'll try to grind as much as possible.
Nice. I like the nods. I like the nods in the background. That's for sure. I got to ask you. Obviously, Harmonic has joined you for the first time this season for this boot camp. Do you feel like this was good preparation for the major to have all 4 of you in the same place, in the same room?
It was because in the major, we felt the presence of Harmonic. Like speaking to us in person, it's pretty good, and here right now. Here it is. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good having Harmonic here.
Well, hopefully this has been the best training that you can get. And my next question really comes towards, we on the panel, we in the cast, we're all saying that with all the other teams improving just as much as they have, you guys have undoubtedly done even better this season than ever before. You are looking as crisp and clean as ever. Last season's, the last major at Birmingham was not necessarily the best result for you guys, but you did come as close as possible to taking a series. Have you improved enough? And if so, is it just one victory that you're looking for? Or how deep do you really think your run can go?
I mean, we will try to win everything, no? That's the goal. But yeah, Birmingham Major was really tough because we started losing against GK 1-3, and then starting losing 0-2 against Wildcard was pretty tough. Then trying to do the reverse sweep, and we couldn't do that. And then against Team Secret, we started winning everything, and getting the reverse sweep was pretty tough, as I said. So yeah, we will try to prepare for the next major as much as possible. As I said, we'll try to win. Like, the minimum is to win at least one series. The maximum, I don't know, I'd say like qualifying, for top 8. It's pretty hard, but we'll try.
Love that. I like the goals, certainly. And so, last question from us then before we let you go. Last season, you guys mentioned that you would actually be moving region for this season. You thought you might have been leaving SSA. You ended up coming back. You ended up dominating the region. Talking about the future seasons of RLCS, the future of the squad, do you have any ideas, any plans for what that might hold?
I don't know. I can't say anything about that because we haven't talked about that. But, I would like to say that future is food.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
I love how after every question, everyone in the room is just so unified in their answer. You guys are on the same page, whether you're on the field or not. We look forward to what you guys can do at the Major and at Worlds. Good luck. A region stands behind you. You hold our flag, and we're going to be watching. There are going to be some critics along the way, but you guys have got the skills, and you've proven that you are worthy more than anyone else to carry that through. So good luck to every one of you guys.
Thank you so much.
Back to the desk.
There we are. So we will watch out for their progress at the Major and at Worlds. But now, something it's been inevitable. We know it's coming, but it's different when it is here. This is the end of the season. And it's always a bittersweet moment, and maybe a time to quickly reflect on a few things. In terms of our closing thoughts and what are the positives that have come out of the season, what we might be looking forward to in seasons to come. And Bromeo, why don't you get us kicked off on that in terms of your thoughts around this?
Well, I feel like you're so right. It's so important to touch upon not just the things that we could have done better, but the things that we did really, really well. And just a couple of things I thought of, in this final series, is that there's been, as the season has progressed, there's been more and more SSA players in the top 16 and respectively in the top 8. And we went through a dark period where there weren't any. And as the season proved along, it's gotten better and better. And we're talking about Guns. Guns' star is rising even further now. He's doing so incredibly well. Ravi and Devour making their way up and up this ladder, and talking about Tashao and Eagle as well for PNJ. They've done so incredibly well. The bubble scene is rising, and that is what I like to look at, is that in this top 16, you are seeing new faces. You are seeing the grinders, the ones who are putting in the time. So I would like to believe that this season has seen the most competitive Rocket League ever played in this region. And to be a viewer watching this stream, we have seen better Rocket League than we ever have.
Yeah.
All right. Well, those are definitely positives, and it is easy to look at what the things you're not happy with and the things that have gone wrong, things that could be better. But SSA is here and continues to be here and continues to improve. Pyro, your thoughts of yet another season with SSA, a region you knew nothing of 3 or so short years ago, and one that you've become inextricably attached to.
We're all getting our place in the eulogy here, I see. I guess for RLCS 2025, I would just say, first of all, I'm just privileged to be on this desk. 3 people right beside me that put so much heart into this region. And I myself, as Greybeard said, can't help but to do the same. I think if you look at this from a 10,000 foot view, very easily, a region that's been given so much smaller amount of time to progress to this point could have easily been swept and overtaken like a tidal wave by everyone that's competed in this season and the last. Instead, SSA continues to pride itself on its resiliency and its pushback. And you mentioned every event, there's more representation in the top 16, the top 8. That speaks to exactly the heart that I've recognized since I have been so graciously embraced and welcomed into this region as an analyst. So I put the excitement there, and I expect more of it in the future.
Brilliant stuff. And Ultrazim, long-standing veteran of the scene.
I think I have to echo what Pyro was saying about the 10,000 foot view. When I started in this region, we had tiny tournaments. We had forgotten competitions. We have names that have come and gone. And it's kind of amazing to look back and go, people would not recognize names like Falisa or Mother anymore, but those were the building blocks. Those were the players who stepped ahead 10 steps, and everyone now has taken on the mantle, seeing people like Tashao or Guns take the next 10 or 15 steps. Everyone is working in the same direction, and we are getting better. Yes, the tide of SSA has been muddied a little bit along the way, but it's amazing that both of the gents next to me have really summed it up. We are better than ever. We have better opportunities than ever. And there are some in the community who will criticize the way it's going right now. But I think that there's more, and the ones that count are the ones who are stepping up and saying, you know what, there is a challenge ahead of us. And as South Africans, resilience is in our blood. We will fight to the death. And those guys are the ones I'm watching and keeping an eye on. And I will continue to do so for the next 5-10 years, however long I'm gifted to be in this scene.
And with that, let's have the driver of the day for our final Championship Sunday of 2025. Your driver, as voted for by viewers, is VK Salen.
Wow.
And good to see, I guess, a non-SSA player, but yeah, deserved. I think maybe not just for today, but over the course of the season, guiding his team to yet another victory.
Fully deserved. I mean, the guy has been here, and the rest of the team. I think anyone could have been gifted it, but there is a reason why Foot won this season. These guys play better than other players, and I think it's almost fitting at the end to give that to BK.
And in closing, I would like to just bring up, this wouldn't be so emotionally taxing on me if I didn't become attached to the people who are involved, the people in this region who are involved, and having shared so much of their journey and their story over the last 4 or 5 years that I've been intimately involved in the scene. If I look at Snowy and To Die For, Devour, Ravi, Wilu, Cam, Guns, Daps, Declan, T-Shao, Eagle, Willant, and so many more, I've become familiar with their story. I see their journey, and in a way, I wish I didn't care so much. That would be far easier. But realize those names and many more that I've just mentioned, the future of our region rests with you, and you have our support. You have whatever we can provide you to go further in your own journeys and help to see this region rise, and know that we will be here constantly to cheer you on. So do not stop. Please do carry on. Now we're in the awkward position of the fact that we are approximately 27 weeks away from more RLCS action in SSA. It's going to be a long off season, but there is going to be a lot of Rocket League. We have the 2v2 Cash Cup coming up in just 2 days' time on Tuesday. That kicks off. And then on Friday, it is the RLCS 1v1. And then there's RSC, which is the continent's biggest community esport. Kicks off with signups in just over a week's time, and that's going to take us through to the end of November. That is going to be huge. We have another Cash Cup, a 3v3. There's going to be a lot of action. If you want to know what is coming up for Rocket League during this off season, go to greybeard.gg. There's a calendar there with all the events coming up. So do not miss out. Get involved. It's not going to be an off season with nothing going on. And that, for the final time, is going to wrap it up for this desk, the RLCS broadcast for SSA, brought to you by ACGL and the work Romeo talking about, the magnificent broadcast we have, the fact that we're on DSTV, and that is, of course, the wonderful talent on this desk, Bromeo, Ultrazim, Pyro, and of course Rhino. And early on in the season we had L'Australian, and then there's Blank and Reggie putting it all together, making sure it happens. And let's thank you all very much for the work that you do and the work that you put in. And there are going to be some credits rolling of everybody that's involved, including our admin. So stick around and see the number of people that make this happen. And I cannot delay and procrastinate any further because we are at the end. Season 2025 for SSA RLCS closes out. It has been a joy, a pleasure, and a privilege bringing it to you. But from all of us here, all of you there, peace!
it's truth or dare.